And a good noonday to you. Welcome to University of Iowa and Big Ten softball on btnplus.com. I'm Jerry Koala bringing you today's second game of the four-game series between the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Purdue Boilermakers from West Lafayette, Indiana. The Hawks got the weekend started on the right track yesterday with a first game win of 4-2. The Hawks collected 13 hits, belting 13 hits. The top five in the lineup each got at least one hit, with Riley Sheehy collecting two, and Kalena Burns, the hitting specialist on the day yesterday, with 3 out of 4 hits with an RBI. And Riley Klosterman had 2 hits, as did Ashley Hamilton with 2 hits. 13 the Hawks put together in the 4-2 win over the Purdue Boilermakers. Sarah Lehman in the circle went the full 7 innings to pick up the win, and Sarah now at 5-1 on this young season. She's, since losing her first game against Ohio State back on the 26th of February, Sarah Lehman has won 5 consecutive games to get to 5-1. She threw 7 innings yesterday, giving up 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 of them earned. And she did walk a couple batters and struck out 3. Got some good help in the field from her teammates around her, and she was able to keep the Purdue bats down. It's a team that can hit the ball fairly well when they're on, but when they're not on, they really don't seem to play very well at all. The Hawks, with 13 hits, scored 4 runs. 1 of them came in the first inning. They got things started as Riley Sheehy with a 1-out single, and she was doubled home by Denali Lecker. And for Denali, it is her 6th double of the season. And coming into the weekend, Denali was in a tie for second place with Big Ten doubles with 5. So she may now have moved ahead into the top spot in Big Ten play with hitting doubles. Extra base hits yesterday were from her. Kalena Burns also with the double. And for Purdue, Purdue got a double from Rachel Becker, their leadoff hitter, and got a home run from Riley Platusik, her first of the season, and that was made the score 3-1. That happened in the bottom of the 4th inning when Iowa led 3-0, but Iowa would come back in the top of the 4th, score 2 to get their 3-0 lead, and then the home run in the bottom of the 4th for Purdue to make it 3-1. Iowa then would scrap away a run in the 6th inning as Ashley Hamilton, with her second single of the day, got on base, moved to second on the hit by Riley Klosterman, was pinch run for by Avery Guy, who then promptly would score on a base hit by Riley Sheehy. That was the insurance run the Hawks needed, as Purdue would come in and score a run in the bottom of the 6th inning to make it 4-2. Today for the Hawks, they'll put Allison Ducey, the senior, in the circle for them with a .90 ERA. Allison is making her 6th appearance, her 4th start. She's thrown 3 complete games on the season, and her last game that she threw was in a losing effort. That was the second game against Maryland, game number 2, in which the Hawks lost 3-2. She did go the complete 7 innings in that contest. So the Hawks will have their senior starter in the circle facing this Purdue Boilermaker lineup. Rachel Becker will begin it for Purdue when they get started. The Hawks will send Nia Carter to the plate here in this top of the 1st inning. And Nia, yesterday, 1 for 4 in the game, and she leads off for the Hawks. Sydney Bates was the projected starter, but is not in the circle for Purdue. Alex Echeretta will be today's pitcher to begin with. Anyway, Echeretta is making her 4th start and 5th appearance. She already is behind in the count at 2 balls and no strikes. So Rachel Becker Nia Carter again 1 for 4, but on a tear for the Hawks. Even after the season she had a year ago, Nia Carter doing a fine job in the leadoff spot here. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Nia Carter. Nia earlier this season was on a 6-game hitting streak from the second game of the Michigan game through the third game against Penn State. Here is the 2-1 that she looks to bunt, pulls the bat back, but the pitch hits the outside corner. And in that 6-game hitting streak, 5 of those games were multi-hit games for Nia Carter. Riley Sheehy is on deck for the Hawks. Here's the 2-2 from Alex Echeverria. Here's a bounder to the shortstop who quickly picks it up and will get Nia Carter at first base. It was a slow roller to the shortstop, Rachel Becker. She's able to come in on it and make the play to get Nia Carter before she crosses first base. Riley Sheehy, the junior out of Newtown, Pennsylvania, is up for the Hawks. Riley looks at a strike 1 on that outside corner. Riley yesterday 2 out of 4 with an RBI. She also scored a run. Riley coming into the game today, to the weekend, a .250 hitter with 9 hits, 36 at-bats. She can add 2 to those. She's now in double digits with 11 hits. 9 hits and 4 RBIs. She has no extra base hits. She is even in the count here at 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's a pitch that is called ball 2 on the outside, just off that corner. In last year's pandemic-shortened season, Riley had 12 hits and 32 at-bats. And here is the 2-1 to her that she'll foul back in the backstop. She started 13 of the 17 games a year ago, 12 of 32, a double and a triple to her credit. She had 5 runs batted in. Has played a good role in Hawkeye season thus far. She ranks 7th in the country in sacrifice bunts per game at almost 1 a game. Here's a pitch that's up and away, so it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Grace Baines, freshman out of Kansas City, is on deck for the Hawks. Here's the left-handed full count pitch to Riley Sheehy, and she draws a walk, a 1-out walk to Riley. And for Sheehy, it is her 5th base on balls on the season. Definitely a threat on the base paths. She has stolen 1 base in 2 attempts when it's right. So Grace Baines in the circle, at the plate, the right-handed batter's box, looks at a pitch that is a strike. Grace, a freshman from Kansas City, utility player, has started and played every game for the Hawks this season. Now up to 14. Here is the 0-1 to her that's up and away. Grace was 1 for 3 yesterday with a walk. She flew out in her first at-bat yesterday, grounded back to the pitcher, got a base hit in her 3rd at-bat, and then walked in her 4th at-bat. Here is the 1-1, and on the steal attempt, what a throw by the catcher Riley Goff for Purdue, as Riley Sheehy is thrown out, trying to steal second base. But a great throw by Riley Goff for the Purdue Boilermakers. Riley, a sensational catcher. I was very impressed with her ability behind the plate yesterday. That's 4 out of 14 for her on the season. So that'll bring up Grace Baines. Baines has a pitch that's up and in on her. Baines with a 2-2 count on her. 2 gone in the top of the first inning. We're scoreless. Here is the pitch from Alex Echeverria. Here's a ground ball that'll be picked up by Rachel Becker and quickly across the diamond to first baseman Caitlin Brandstrom, and that ends the Hawkeyes here in the top of the first inning. 3 up, 3 down, although Riley Sheehy would draw a walk and is thrown out trying to a steal attempt just moments ago. Zeros heading into the bottom of the first inning. Rachel Becker will start it off for Purdue when play resumes. So Allison Ducey in the circle for the Hawks as we begin the bottom of the first inning. We'll get her numbers for you here shortly. Allison, a 4-year player, definite leader on this softball team for the Hawks. She's up down in the count here against Rachel Becker. Now it's strike 1, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Rachel Becker yesterday with a double, her only hit of the day. She did score a run off of that double, but the Hawks were able to use some good pitching from Sarah Lehman to hold them down in the game, keep them from getting runners on base and scoring. Rachel batting .500 coming into the game, 1 for 3 yesterday. It'll drop just a little bit. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Allison Ducey, a swing and a miss, and Allison off on the right foot here with a strikeout to begin the game. And here's the numbers on Allison Ducey as we head into this game in her 4th season. And it brings up Cora Bassett for the Purdue Boilermakers. Bassett yesterday was 0 for 2 with a walk. Allison on the season coming into today's appearance, 31 innings pitched, given up 18 hits, 7 runs, 4 of them earned. So she has a .90 ERA. Here's the 1-0 that becomes strike 1 as Bassett takes a look at that pitch. Allison has walked 8 batters but struck out 32 coming into the game, so make it 33 on the season. She continues to climb the record books, not only at the University of Iowa, but across the country. Here's a pitch now that's right across the knees, up the middle. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. She ranks 11th in career appearances of current players in the country. Here's the 1-2 to Bassett. She'll check swing. They'll appeal down the first base line, and it's to no avail. So it'll bring 2 balls and 2 strikes for Cora Bassett, the sophomore third baseman. Bassett second on the team in hitting, coming in at 375, had 15 hits and 40 at-bats. Again, was hitless yesterday. She swings and misses, and it's the second strikeout of the inning for Allison Ducey. She is 6th in career complete games among active Division I players with 67, 9th in innings pitched at 692, 10th in games started at 98, 12th in strikeouts at 653. So she'll climb the charts here through the rest of this season and see how high she can get in many of those categories. That'll bring up Riley Goff, the freshman catcher for Purdue. Goff yesterday 0 for 3. She did have a strikeout in the game. But again, a fine freshman catcher she is. Riley Goff is from West Lafayette, Indiana, prepping right there at Harrison High School. Here's the 0-1 from Allison Ducey, a pitch that just misses on that outside corner. So it's a ball and a strike. Iowa, as you see in their white jersey tops, black pant, and white baseball stirrup sock. 1 ball and 1 strike on the freshman Riley Goff. Here's the pitch to her that is called strike 2 right at the knees. Goff, a .281 hitter on the season, has started and played in every game, now up to 14. She had 9 hits and 32 at-bats coming into the series. She didn't add to that yesterday other than at-bats, so her average will dip a little bit from the .281 that it is. Here's the 1-2 from Allison Ducey. Pitch that is right down the middle. Allison throws it by her, and it's strike 3 for the Hawks. Well, now we're back to 1-2. Okay, so now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Riley Goff. So 3 balls and 2 strikes here in the bottom of the first inning for the Purdue Boilermakers. The freshman Riley Goff at the plate. Third hitter in the lineup here is the full count pitch to her that's down and away. So it's ball 4. So somehow or other we went from a striking out the side to a base on balls. I'm not quite sure what happened. So it'll bring up Riley Platusik. Hit a home run yesterday, her first of the season for Platusik. Last year she also hit 1 in the 20 games that she appeared in, 13 starts. She's the 4th hitter, the cleanup hitter in the lineup, and a junior playing right field. Here's the 0-1 that Ducey will hit on the outside. Allison, for the season now, has walked 9 batters, as she just walked freshman Riley Goff. Here's the 1-1 to Platusik. Pitch that she fouls off the face mask of Lindy Milkowski behind the plate. Here's your battery. It's Allison Ducey, Lindy Milkowski. First base is Denali Lecker today. Everly Bogar is playing second. His shortstop is Grace Baines. And at third base, Ashley Hamilton. Hamilton doing a nice job yesterday. Had a couple of plays in the field that she had put outs. A couple hits at the plate. Left field is Riley Sheehy. In center field is the freshman Briley Klosterman. And in right field is sophomore Nia Carter. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Platusik. Strikes her out, so Allison Ducey will strike out the side after issuing a walk in between. And so the Boilermakers will leave 1 We go into the top of the second inning. We're scoreless between Iowa and Purdue in game number 2 of this 4-game series. In other sports news around the University of Iowa, the baseball team lost to Ohio State yesterday in Columbus by the score of 8-2. Two teams will square off again today. They are underway at this time. Iowa baseball 4-8. Now, the Hawks will play 2 games today. The second game will be at 4 o'clock, and that'll be against the University of Maryland, and they'll play Maryland again tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Iowa baseball in Columbus, Ohio with a doubleheader. It's interesting how the Big Ten really has arranged the schedule to make sure that all the Big Ten teams play each other, much like they've done here in softball. So Alex Echezarreta in the circle for Purdue to begin this game 2. Coming in, she had thrown 12 2/3 innings, giving up 17 hits, 13 runs, 12 of them were earned. So she definitely is a hittable pitcher. A soaring ERA of 6.63. She'll face Lindy Milkowski. Lindy looks at strike 1. Yesterday, Lindy was 1 for 2. She drew 2 walks. Good power hitter there in the number 4 spot. 6 hits, 19 at-bats coming into the weekend. Here's a pitch that's up and away, so it's a ball and a strike. Again, 1 for 2 yesterday. So she, 7 of 21, 3 RBIs, has scored a run on the season. Here's the 1-1 from Echezarreta. Here's a shot just past the third baseman and out into left field for Lindy Milkowski. She got around on that pitch and drives it right past the third baseman, Cora Bassett, and is on first base. So the Hawks put another runner on. They had one in the first at-bat. Riley Sheehy would walk, but she was thrown out attempting to steal second base. Lindy Milkowski now with her second hit of the weekend. And for Milkowski, her 7th consecutive game of bases reached, and Kalena Burns promptly delivers a base hit on the first pitch. So the Hawks, with nobody out, runners at first and second, and it brings up Denali Lecker. Lecker yesterday delivered in her first at-bat with a run-scoring double, an RBI double. She was 1 for 4. Lecker, the freshman, certainly has made Denali National Park much more promotional with her name, she being named after Denali National Park in Alaska by her father. At the time, the family living in Denali. She now down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Burns at first, Milkowski at second. After singles, here's a rip right into center field. A hard line drive, and that is going to bring around and score Lindy Milkowski from second base. Not blazing speed, but enough to get to home plate and score on that drive into center field by Denali Lecker. That was a hard line drive out to the center fielder, Riley Scott. She picked it up on a bounce. And, of course, Milkowski is racing around third base. I knew it was going to be a close play at the plate, but Milkowski able to slide and get her hand on the plate just in front of Riley Goff's catch of that softball, that throw from center field, and the tag. Great piece of hitting for Denali Lecker to give the Hawks a 1-0 lead here in the top of the second inning. Brings up Arely Bogar. She looks to slap bunt one, and she misses and is down in the count now at no balls and 1 strike. So Airily, not having a good batting average, but definitely her play on the game is important to the Hawks. Here's one she'll lift down the left field line and foul, a lazy foul ball that is caught, though, out there by the left fielder, Kiera Dillon. So it's 1 out, and that brings up Ashley Hamilton. I wouldn't worry much about Airily Bogar. She'll be just fine through the season. She's got plenty of experience at this game, plays the field nicely, can hit the ball, can do a number of things at the plate. Ashley Hamilton yesterday with a couple of clutch hits. She was 2 for 4. Here's the first pitch to her that she'll bound foul down the third base line. So Ashley yesterday singled in her first at bat and then was doubled off after the line drive caught off of Nia Carter's bat. She grounded back to the pitcher in her second at bat, singled and scored in the top of the 6th inning. Here's one that she'll lift out into the outfield. And it got past just to the right of the second baseman, Emily Cox, but it was a hard enough shot that Kelena Burns couldn't score from second base. And head coach Renee Gillespie recognizing that, slowing her up, stopping her at third base. And now the bases are loaded for the Hawks here in the top of the 2nd inning after already scoring 1 run and only 1 out. It brings up Briley Klosterman. Klosterman delivered yesterday. She had 2 hits in 3 at-bats and an RBI with one of them. And for Klosterman, that RBI came in the 4th inning. She scored Amber DeSenta, who was pinch running for Kelena Burns. So the Hawks in a terrific situation right here after Ashley Hamilton delivers her 3rd hit of the weekend. And 1 out, bases loaded, and it's the freshman number 9 hitter, Briley Klosterman. Klosterman looks at the first pitch from Etcha Zaretta that's low and away. Klosterman, a .241 hitter coming into the weekend, 7 hits and 29 at-bats. Now with 9 hits in 32 at-bats. So improving her batting average as she goes along. Here's a swing and a miss. Got a good cut at it. Alex Etchezarreta, definitely hittable, as the Hawks are finding out here. Etchezarreta, a junior from Reston, Virginia. Here's the 1-1 to Klosterman, a pitch that's up and in on her. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's a good hitting pitch for the freshman, Riley Klosterman. Klosterman has had some decent games on the trips to Florida. Here is the 2-1 that she rips down the right field line, and it's fair. It'll score 1 Hawkeye for sure, and the second one is going to be cut down at the plate. Goodness gracious, that was Denali Lecker being cut down at the plate. Kelena Burns does score. Denali Lecker is cut down at the plate on a throw from right fielder Riley Platusik to catcher Riley Goff. It does move Ashley Hamilton to third on that throw, but Klosterman with her 3rd base hit of the weekend, and now 2 gone with 2 runs in. Runners will be at the corners for the Hawks, and Nia Carter, the leadoff hitter. Now the Purdue Boilermakers, head coach Bo DeOliveira is out in the circle. Now it looks like they're going to make a pitching change, and it'll be Ashley Peters will come in. Now, they'll make some changes, though. They'll do some fielding changes. So it will not be Ashley Peters. It's going to be a quick pitching change here for the Purdue Boilermakers as Alex Etchezarreta giving up a number of hits here in this one. 4 hits she has given up, 2 runs. They're both earned. There will be 2 outs when play resumes with Nia Carter at the plate. And maybe, for all I know, Etchezarreta is going to stay in the circle. We'll figure it out here for you. All right, now they are making a change, and now it's going to be Savannah Henley, left-handed pitcher. She'll come in and pitch. And Savannah Henley is just a freshman from Mechanicsville, Virginia. Left-handed pitcher. Henley this is her 7th appearance. She has started 3 games on this season, has been in 14 innings of play, has given up 18 hits, 13 runs, and 8 earned runs. So definitely is a hittable pitcher. She also has walked 9 batters and struck out 7 as she's taking her warm-up pitches now. Good piece of hitting by Briley Klosterman to club a single. It scored Kalena Burns, but Denali Lecker, in trying to score, was cut down at the plate by a nice throw from the right fielder. Of course, that line drive was right at her, so Denali really had no chance at all. The catcher, Riley Goff, had it in her glove before Denali even was 5 strides away from home plate. But again, great defensive effort by the Purdue Boilermakers. So when play resumes with Nia Carter at the plate, Ashley Hamilton is at third, and Briley Klosterman is at first. Nia, in her first at-bat, grounded to the second baseman, Emily Cox. We'll see what the pitching changes are. Here's a pitch that's called strike one, an off-speed pitch. Kind of fooled Nia Carter. Here's the 1-0 that's hit out in the left field, will score yet another run. Nia Carter reaching out and hitting a pitch that was out of the strike zone. And it's an RBI single. Ashley Hamilton will score. Run number 3 for the Hawks here in game number 2. And just the top of the second inning, Nia Carter with the 5th hit of the inning. And so that'll bring up Riley Sheehy. Nia Carter delivers again. Carter now slowly working her way into another consecutive games reaching base. And here is the pitch to Riley Sheehy that's down and in on her. Riley in her first at bat walked and was cut down at second base trying to steal. But the Hawks have scored 3 here in the top of the second inning. Are sending the 7th batter to the plate. Riley Sheehy. Here is a pitch that's called strike 1. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on the junior, Riley Sheehy, out of Newtown, Pennsylvania. Sheehy been batting second in the lineup all season. Here's the 1-1 from Henley. Here's a pitch that's called strike 2. Sheehy tried to hold up on the swing, and it's called for going around. So it's a ball and 2 strikes. Sheehy in yesterday's game collected 2 hits, scored a run. One of those hits was an RBI. She's got runners at first and second in front of her. Here's a pitch that she swings at and misses, and that will end the Hawkeyes here in the top of the second inning. But Iowa erupts for 3 runs on 5 hits, leave 2, and will take a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the second inning when play resumes. Those of you keeping up with University of Iowa women's basketball, they're in the second quarter with 6 minutes plus to go. In the second quarter, Connecticut leading Iowa 29-23. So Purdue will send to the plate Alex Echezarreta, who started the game as the pitcher, now apparently moving to the designated player role. Echezarreta yesterday 0 for 2 at the plate with a walk, facing Allison Ducey. Here is the first pitch by Ducey. It's a pitch called strike one. Allison really able to spot her pitches nicely here already. Allison, second team All Big Ten 2 years ago. Was really having off to a good season a year ago till the pandemic halted everything. Had a 1.54 ERA with a 7-2 record. Here's a pitch that's down and in. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Echezarreta, who has gone to first base. Staying in the lineup. And Brandstrom went to right field. One ball and 2 strikes now on Echezarreta. Here it comes from Ducey, a pitch that Echezarreta swings at and misses. And all the outs that have accumulated for the Hawks here today have come by strikeout from Allison Ducey. 4 of them here already. So Caitlin Brandstrom started at first base, will be the hitter here, the number 6 hitter in the lineup. She's moved to right field. And the new pitcher, Savannah Henley, will go in for the flex as a flex player. And it's a strike 1 pitch to Brandstrom. Brandstrom yesterday pinch hit for Mo Wimpy and delivered a solid hit. Here's the pitch to her that she checks swing, fouls back into the backstop. So she quickly down in the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Brandstrom's single came in the bottom of the 7th inning yesterday, but she was stranded at second base in that 7th inning. Purdue unable to catch up to the Hawks in that loss, 4-2. Here's the 0-2 to Brandstrom, and Allison trying to get her to chase one outside and low, and she does not. So it's a ball and 2 strikes on Brandstrom. Brandstrom, a freshman from Portage, Michigan. Made her way down to West Lafayette, Indiana. Here's the 1-2 from Allison Ducey, a pitch that she'll lift out into left field, but a lazy fly ball that Riley Sheehy will control. And it's 2 gone in the Purdue bottom of the 2nd inning. Iowa leads at 3-0, scoring 3 times in their top of the 2nd inning at bat. Get them off to a good start. They did it yesterday as well. In their first at bat, got up 1-0, added to it with 2 more runs later to take a 3-0 lead and end up winning that game 4-2. Here is Emily Cox now. It's not actually. Here's a ground ball, an easy ground ball. So that was Kendall Chase. Kendall Chase grounds out to Ariely Bogar at second base. So 3 up, 3 down for the Purdue Boilermakers as the Hawks stymied them in that top of the 2nd inning with those 3 runs. Kind of got them on the freak mode. And it's 3-0 Iowa. When the Hawks come to bat in the top of the 3rd, Grace Baines will start it. This is game number 1 of a doubleheader today between the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Purdue Boilermakers. Update you now on the University of Iowa women's basketball game. They're down 10, 36-26, 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Grace Baines will step into the right-handed batter's box for the Hawks. In her first at bat, she grounded out to shortstop Rachel Becker. Here's the first pitch to her that nearly nicks her on the left arm, but doesn't. Baines coming in with a 136 average after yesterday's game. 6 hits, 44 at bats. She has scored 5 runs, though. So productive in the way that she can be for now, until she gets that bat in order. Here's a pitch that she'll lift into the outfield, and a lazy fly ball out to left field to Kiara Dillon. Easily caught, and it's 1 gone in Iowa's top of the third inning. Lindy Milkowski will step into the right-handed batter's box. Milkowski, 5'8", freshman from Olathe, Kansas. Lindy, a .333 hitter coming into today's game. Here's a pitch that's down and away from her. She singled and scored in her first at bat, which was part of that 3-run scoring second inning. Lindy walked twice yesterday, scoring after the second walk, and collected a single. Here is the 1-0 tour that's down and in, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on the freshman, Lindy Milkowski. It's 2 balls and no strikes on Milkowski. Here's the pitch to her. That's an off-speed pitch that is called strike 1. Milkowski couldn't hold up. Bat crossed the plate. Milkowski now is on a 4-game hitting streak, and it gives her 7 consecutive games of reaching base. She's up in the count of 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch to her that's up and away, so it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Milkowski at .333. Again, now she got 8 hits and 22 at-bats. This is her 23rd at-bats. No extra base hits. Here is the 3-1 from Henley. Here's a rip out into left field. It's between center and left. The left fielder diving for it. Dillon can't get to it. It goes all the way to the wall, and center fielder Riley Scott had to race over and pick it up. So a double for Lindy Milkowski, who is 2 for 2 on the day here today. Great piece of hitting by Lindy Milkowski. Got a good pitch. She got out in front of it. So for multiple hit games, Milkowski now is her second multi-hit two-hit game. For now, she's got more at-bats to go. Nobody out. Runner at second base after the double by Lindy Milkowski. It brings up Kalena Burns. Burns yesterday 3 for 4 at the plate. Improved her batting average up to .235. She came in with a .167 average, went 3 for 4 yesterday with an RBI, and is ahead in the count at 1 ball and no strike. Here's a pitch that's fouled back, fouled down the right field line and out of play. Kalena, after last year coming into this season, was on a 9-game hitting streak. She extended that to 11 in the first 2 games of this season, then has been in a slight slump other than yesterday. She went the next 10 games where she had only 1 hit in 2 of them. But she has rectified that here in this series already with 3 hits yesterday. Batting 5th in the lineup, she got Denali Lecker behind her. Iowa leads at 3-0. We're in the top of the 3rd inning. This is the first game of the doubleheader between the Hawks and the Purdue Boilermakers. Runner at second base and Lindy Milkowski, who just doubled to begin the 3rd inning. Here is the 2-1 pitch that Burns will lift down the right field line, and racing out there and catching it right on the foul line is the second baseman for the Purdue Boilermakers, Emily Cox. On that, Lindy Milkowski will tag, and head to third. So she'll be at third base with Denali Lecker coming to the plate. Denali, freshman out of Ogden. She singled in her last at-bat, was thrown out at the plate trying to score from second. Here is the first pitch to her that she gets out in front of. Nice off-speed pitch by Savannah Henley. Henley now in relief of Alex Echezarreta, came in that second inning when the Hawks were getting runners on, getting some base running practice in. Here is the 0-1 to Denali Lecker, a pitch that's down and in. Nice way to hold off on that by Denali. Coming in, Denali, a .233 hitter. 10 hits, 43 at-bats. She and Nia Carter and now Riley Sheehy all in double-digit hits for the Hawks this early in the season. Here is the pitch that Denali will go around on. It was one that was off down to the left and away from her, and it was such off speed that Denali was committed to swing and she couldn't hold up and went right through it. But better to be aggressive than not. She's down in the count at a ball and 2 strikes. 2 gone, and Iowa's top of the third. Here's Denali Lecker. The pitch to her. Pitch that she'll probably be accused of going around, or will she? Has there been an appeal? They appeal down to first base, and they do. I thought she went around too. She couldn't hold up on that pitch. It was down and away from her again, and an off-speed pitch. And the first base umpire rings her up. And so that is the second strikeout of the game for the Purdue Boilermakers. And it's actually the second one for Savannah Henley. So the Hawks get a runner on with a double by Milkowski. She gets the third but can't get her across. Will still take a 3-0 lead into the bottom of the third inning for the Boilermakers. They will be batters 8, 9, and 1 when play resumes. Well, it's halftime between Iowa and University of Connecticut in the women's Sweet 16 from San Antonio. Connecticut, the number 1 ranked team in the country, the number 1 seeded Connecticut basketball team, 49-35 at halftime, Connecticut with the lead. So Emily Cox will step to the batter's box, the number 8 hitter in the lineup. Cox did not play in yesterday's game. She did play the entire series against Nebraska in Florida 2 weeks ago. Here's the first pitch from Allison Ducey that's down and in on her. She was 0 for 5 in the entire weekend. She pinch hit twice and then came in to play second base. And she is 0 for 6 from the plate. Here is a pitch that jams her. She just pops it up into the infield. That is caught by Ashley Hamilton, who had to go to her left from third towards the pitcher's circle. 1 gone in the Purdue bottom of the third. It brings up Riley Scott, the center fielder, the senior. Scott yesterday 0 for 3. She takes a cut at the first pitch from Allison Ducey. Has not played at all this season until yesterday. And in her 3 plate appearances, she was 0 for. Down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Left-handed hitting Riley Scott played in center field. Looks at a pitch that's down and away, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Hawks leading at 3-0. We're in the bottom of the third. Purdue at the plate. This is the first game of a doubleheader today. Here is the 1-1 pitch called strike two. Nice pitch by Allison right down the middle. Fooling Scott a lot. Scott looked like she was trying to lean out to slap it in the outside. That ball sailed right by her, right down the middle of the plate. So it's a ball and 2 strikes on Riley Scott. Here is the 1-2 that is just off the plate. So Riley, a year ago, in the pandemic-shortened season, started 12 of 14 games, had a .353 batting average, 12 hits and 34 at-bats, has stroked a couple of doubles and a triple last year, so she's got a little pop in that bat. Here's one that she tries to slap down the left field line but hits it foul, so the count remains the same at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And in the 2019 season, she started and played all 48 games that she was in. Purdue played 63 that year. She batted .250, 24 hits and 96 at bat. So a very capable hitter. Here's one that's up and away from her. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Riley Scott. Leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the 3rd inning for the Purdue Boilermakers. The number 9 hitter in the lineup. So Rachel Becker on deck. Here is the pitch, and she hits it right back up through the center, and it ricochets off of the leg of Allison Ducey. Ducey went down a little bit, but she's back up quickly. So that'll be a base hit for Riley Scott to begin this bottom of the 3rd inning with a line shot right back up the middle. It was on the ground, though. It wasn't a direct line shot, but it did ricochet off the left leg of Allison Ducey. So it brings up Rachel Becker. Becker, the leadoff hitter, struck out in her first at-bat. Yesterday was 1 for 3 with a double. And she scored after she stroked that double. Only one of 2 runs that the Boilermakers would score. That was the second of the game. Second run. Here's a hit right at Grace Baines on a line drive shot that she's able to snag and try to double off Scott at first. She gets back in time. So with 2 gone in the bottom of the 3rd inning, it's the number 2 hitter in the lineup, Cora Bassett. She also struck out in her first at bat. Runner at first. Bottom of the 3rd, the Hawks lead at 3-zip. Here is the first pitch to her that she'll take a good cut at, but foul it into the backstop. Purdue very aggressive at the plate, swinging the bat. Just haven't been able to hit with consecutive connections to give themselves a chance to score some runs. Much like Sarah Lehman yesterday, keeping Purdue off balance at the plate, Allison Ducey doing the same thing today so far. Here is the 0-1, again fouled back into the backstop. So it's no balls and 2 strikes. 2 gone in Purdue's bottom of the 3rd inning, with Riley Scott on at first base after a single moments ago. For Scott, again, that was her first hit of the season. Here is the 0-2, a pitch that's off speed, lifted out to right field, and coming over to make the catch in foul territory behind first base is Arely Bogar. That off-speed pitch catches Cora Bassett off, and she can only do a mild swing and just lifts it foul. And a nice play by the Hawks to end Purdue's bottom of the 3rd inning. We've played 3. Iowa leading at 3-0. When they come to the plate, it's Arely Bogar, Ashley Hamilton, and Brodie Klosterman. So in other Iowa sports, the men's golf team, after a huge win at the Spartan Collegiate Championships 2 weeks ago, will be in Florida on Monday to tangle with the University of Florida. Sophomore Mac McClear was the Big Ten Golfer of the Week. He had a spectacular tournament. He had a 206 total, a 7 under 206, He had a final round 65 to win it individually. Great round for him. The women's golf team is at Chattanooga Classic in Chattanooga, Tennessee on Monday and Tuesday this coming week. So the Hawks come to the plate leading 3-0, obviously looking for more. It's Arely Bogar. She'll get it started for the Hawks. Coming into today's game, just a 45 batting average. The first pitch hits her in the right toe, and she heads down to first base after hit by a pitch. Any way she can get on, she is a base-stealing threat for her. Well, it's the first time she's been hit by a pitch this year. She was hit by 3 last year. Here's Ashley Hamilton's first pitch, and she laces one down the left field line, but foul. And in the 2019 season, she was hit by 1 pitch. So, Arely Bogar's been nicked by some pitches on the way through her career. Ashley Hamilton singled in her first at-bat. Scoring is an RBI single. 3 hits already on the weekend for Ashley. Here's a pitch that's up and away, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Hamilton's batting average at 167. After yesterday's game, she had come in with no batting stats whatsoever other than plate appearances. 2 for 12, 2 runs scored, make it 3 runs and 3 hits for the senior from Cedar Rapids Kennedy High School. Here's one that she reaches out and will foul off the backstop. Shallow third base line. So Ashley Hamilton down on the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hey, we thank you for tuning in here this afternoon for this doubleheader between the University of Iowa and the Purdue Boilermakers on btnplus.com. I'm Jerry Koala. We've got a good Hawkeye softball team going here, winning yesterday 4-2, leading today 3-0 in the top of the 4th. Here's an off-speed pitch that catches Ashley Hamilton looking at it, and she'll strike out. That's the 3rd strikeout for Savannah Henley in this game. She in relief of Alex Echezarreta, who couldn't get through the 2nd inning. So it's the first out, the 3rd strikeout for Henley, and it brings up Briley Klosterman. Briley singled in her last at-bat. Run-scoring single. She ended up at second base. Here's the first pitch to her that's up and in. Briley, as I mentioned to you from time to time, she's the niece of former University of Iowa baseball player and professional baseball player Wes Obermuller. Those of you who remember Wes back from the mid to late 90s, had a great career with the University of Iowa and then went on to play 7 years of professional baseball. Here's Klosterman laying down a bunt that'll go foul. But Briley Klosterman is the niece of Wes Obermuller, so you can imagine the kind of instruction she's been given as a softball player. Her mother was a fine softball player and athlete at Vinton-Schellsburg High School, too. Briley grew up in North Liberty, attended Iowa City Liberty High School, and had a terrific 4-year softball career, actually 5-year softball career. Now we got a 1-1 count on her, and there's stoppage in the action as head coach Renee Gillespie calls her down the third base line to talk with her about this situation. Number 22, Briley Klosterman. She's played center field in every game this season. She has started every single game for the Hawks as a freshman. There are a number of freshmen doing the same thing, though, for head coach Renee Gillespie. Grace Baines, Lindy Milkowski, Denali Lecker. All having terrific starts to their collegiate career. when you're good, you got to play them. And head coach Renee Gillespie and her staff have gone out nationwide, even statewide for sure, to get the best players in the state of Iowa, but has canvassed the entire nation to get to the best players that they can, see if they can't, recruit them to attend the University of Iowa with an education pursuit and playing softball. Bradley Klosterman, just 4 miles north of Coralville, Iowa City, elected to do just that. She's up in the count now at 2 balls and 1 strike. Arilee Bogar at first after being hit by a pitch. Asheville Hamilton has struck out. Here's the 2-1 to Klosterman, a pitch that's up and in on her. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Briley slowly but surely getting used to this Division I pitching, able to get the bat on the ball. She's been batting in the 9th spot all season long and kind of beginning to like it, but there's a reason for that as well. The number 9 hitter is equally as important as that number 1 hitter. Keeping innings going. Here is the 3-2 to her that she laces down the right field line and foul. An off-speed pitch that Brodie got around on quickly. And she stays alive in this at-bat. Three balls and 2 strikes on the freshman, Briley Klosterman. Savannah Henley, the freshman. Here's the left-handed delivery. Klosterman will rip it right at the shortstop, line drive, and I believe they're going to double off first base Arilee Bogar. That was a line shot from Briley Klosterman to the shortstop Rachel Becker, who didn't hesitate whatsoever to get Arilee Bogar straying off of first base a little bit too far. Arilee tried to hold up, and she couldn't get back in time, so she is doubled up, and that makes it 3 outs here for the Hawks, who started off nicely with a hit batter of Arilee Bogar, but she is stranded at first base. We're through 3.5. Iowa still leads this softball game by the score of 3-0 with Purdue coming to bat. It'll be batters 3, 4, and 5 for the Boilermakers. So the bottom of the 4th inning, Riley Goff will take the first pitch from Allison Ducey and lift it to drift just into a deep shortstop to the right of Grace Baines, who will corral it. And it's 1 out for the Hawks here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Riley Platusik steps to the right-handed batter's box. She homered in yesterday's game, one of the 2 runs that Purdue would score. She struck out on her first at-bat here today. And Platusik, a .360 hitter coming into the weekend, 9 hits and 25 at-bats. 10 and 28, again, struck out on her first at-bat as part of the striking out the side that Ducey did in that first at-bat for the Boilermakers in the 1st inning. So it's no balls and 1 strike as Platusik will foul it into the backstop. Iowa leads 3-0, scoring 3 times in the top of the 2nd inning on 6 hits. Chasing Alex Echezarreta, here's a pitch that's pool cued off the end of the bat and into the backstop. So down in the count at no balls and 2 strikes is Riley Platusik. Platusik, a junior right fielder from St. John, Indiana. Here is the 0-2 that Platusik committed herself to swinging, had to go through with it, and luckily fouls it back and remains alive in this at-bat. Nice day in West Lafayette, Indiana. You see the sun shining. The shadow of Allison Ducey from left to right across the pitching circle. Here's the 0-2 to Platusik. A pitch that, will she go? They're going to appeal down to first base, and they do. She attempted to swing, tried to hold up, and she is rung up. So it's another strikeout for Allison Ducey. That is strikeout number 5 on the day for Deuce. And that'll bring up Alex Echezarreta. Zarreta went from pitching to first base and promptly has struck out in her first at-bat. She batted yesterday. She was 0 for 2 with a walk. Here's the first pitch from Ducey, a pitch that Echezarreta will foul on the first base line just beyond the Purdue dugout. So she's down to the count at no balls and 1 strike. Echezarreta 0 for 1, 0 and 1 and 0 for 1. She had no stats, no batting stats to speak of coming into the weekend. Is down on the count now with no balls and 2 strikes. She did pitch in game number 1 of the Nebraska 3-game series 2 weeks ago. Here's a pitch that's down and away, so it's ball 1. She went 1 in the 3rd innings then, similar to today, where she gave up then 3 hits, 4 runs, and 4 earned runs. She didn't give up that many runs in her outing today. She also pitched in the 3rd game of the 3-game series against Maryland on the same weekend. Here's a pitch that's up and away, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, going 1 in a 3rd inning, giving up 3 hits, 4 runs, and all 4 were earned. And she pitched earlier in that series, so apparently she being looked at mostly as a pitcher, but does get some playing time in the field and at bats. Here's one that she gets a great cut at, but will foul it into the backstop. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and 2 on Alex Echezarreta, the junior from Reston, Virginia. Here is the 2-2 tour that's up and away, so it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Echezarreta did pitch in the pandemic shortened season of 2020. She was 2-2 with a 2.25 ERA. She started 4 games, appeared in 5, pitched 18 2/3 innings. She had no batting stats to speak of. So here is a 3-2 pitch that she goes down and gets, but fouls it into the backstop. So now it's a pitcher-batter duel between Allison Ducey and Alex Echezarreta. Iowa leading this game 3-0. We've in the bottom of the 4th inning. We're 1 hour into this first game of a doubleheader. Game 2 will start at approximately 30 minutes beyond the end of this first game. Here's the 3-2 from Ducey, a pitch that Echezarreta gets a hold of, yanks it way down the 3rd base line, but foul. Seems to be getting stronger with every swing at the plate. Ducey, the senior for the Hawks, 3-time All-Big Ten pitcher performer for Iowa. Started with Marla Looper. And now is finishing with Renee Gillespie. Here's a pitch that is up and away from Echezarreta. Does a nice job just to lay off it and will draw a 2-out walk. It's the first walk for her today. And for Ducey, it is the 2nd base on balls. So Echezarreta draws her first walk. Her 2nd walk of the season. She drew a walk yesterday. Here is the next batter, and that is Caitlin Brandstrom. Flew out to Grace Bain, to Riley Sheehy in left field in her first at bat. Caitlin Brandstrom a 100 hitter coming in, had 3 hits and 30 at-bats. Pinch hit yesterday, it was 1 for 1, so she had 4 of 31. Here's an off-speed pitch that Brandstrom can't keep up with, or got ahead of, excuse me. Brandstrom had a hit yesterday, so she got 4 hits on the season. Again, yesterday in a pinch hitting role, 4 of 32 at bats. Here's a pitch that she does a nice job to hold off on. It was up and away from her, so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Brandstrom, Caitlin Brandstrom, who's moved from first base out to right field, the freshman out of Portage, Michigan. Here's the pitch that's down and away from her, a lazy swing that she can't connect with, and it's the 6th strikeout of the day for Allison Ducey. So the Boilermakers get a runner on a base on balls, but can't move her, and will head into the top of the 5th inning. Iowa continues to lead this game 3-0. Nia Carter will lead it off for the Hawks when play resumes. Updating you now on the University of Iowa women's basketball game between Hawks and the UConn Huskies. They're in the 3rd quarter, and it is UConn leading Iowa 63-48 at the TV timeout mark. That'd be a tough road to hoe, but, this Iowa women's basketball team has performed nicely. They've really developed nicely, have come a long ways in this season with so many young players and such great players. And, of course, Caitlin Clark, certainly the most notable one, because she has provided many thrills, lots of statistics, but there's a lot of good players on that team. Monica Senano really has developed nicely. Warnock has done really well. Gabby Marshall out of Cincinnati. They're all young. They're going to be a great basketball team in the coming years. So look for that Iowa Hawkeye basketball team to continue to perform and develop nicely. Nia Carter steps into the batter's box, the leadoff hitter here in the top of the 5th inning. Iowa leading at 3-0. Nia in her first at-bat, grounded to second base, and then singled in her second at-bat. And that single was a run-scoring, an RBI single. She's up in the count now at 2 balls and 1 strike on Savannah Henley. Henley, the freshman pitcher, in relief of Alex Echezarreta. Here's a pitch that's down and in on Nia Carter, and she is up in the count of 3 balls and 1 strike. Nia really got off to a terrific start a year ago, was batting .509 when that 2020 season came to an abrupt halt because of the pandemic. 28 hits, 55 at-bats. Here's a pitch that's up and in on her, and she draws a walk. So Nia Carter heads down to first base. And a base-stealing threat she is. She's 3 for 3 on the season, so we'll see what head coach Renee Gillespie has in mind for Nia Carter as Riley Sheehy will step to the plate. Sheehy struck out in her last at-bat, walked, and ended up in second base in her first at-bat. Here's a bunt that's foul. Stays in the batter's box. So it's no balls and one strike. Nobody gone. Nia Carter just drew a walk. So you can imagine Riley Sheehy going to try to sacrifice her to second base. And now a timeout asked for by Boo de Oliveira, the head coach for the Purdue Boilermakers, in her 4th season for the Boilermakers. And looking at this series between Iowa and Purdue, Iowa leads the series 46-18. And we're back to action here between Savannah Henley and Riley Sheehy. Sheehy, the junior from Newtown, Pennsylvania, with a runner at first, no balls and one strike. And here's a pitch that's up and away from Sheehy. The last time these guys played, other than yesterday, was back in 2019. And that was at West Lafayette. Purdue won the last of the 3 games, but won 2 of the 3. Iowa did win game number 2 in that series. And then in 2018, so Purdue's been on a tear here with the Hawks, other than yesterday, where in 2018, Purdue came to Iowa City and swept the Hawkeyes in that 3-game series, 6-0, 9-0 in 5 innings, and then 3-1. That, again, was in Iowa City. Near the end of that 2018 season, Iowa still got into the NCAA tournament. Here's Riley Sheehy. Will pop it up to the infield and making a great play coming down from third base was Cora Bassett. She was racing down the third base line, ready to react anywhere that softball was bunted. It happened to be bunted into the air, and Bassett able to grab it before it hit the ground, and so that creates the first out of the inning for the Hawks. Grace Baines will step to the plate. Baines 0 for 2 on the day, 1 for 3 yesterday. Has teammate Nia Carter at first base after drawing a walk, and she looks at a first pitch ball up and away from her. Baines on the season, 136 hitter, 6 hits and 44 at bats. She has scored 5 runs, has clubbed a double. She has 4 runs batted in. Of course, you're going to remember her in that 12-inning game where Grace hit a walk-off single in the bottom of the 12th inning to defeat Penn State 6-5. Iowa trailed 5-4 going into the bottom of that 12th inning. Started with a runner at second base, and Arely Bogar tripled to score that runner. And then Grace Baines would step to the plate and hit a long single over the left fielder's head that Bogar would be able to score, and the Hawks won that game 6-5. That's Grace Baines. That's the freshman from Kansas City, Kansas. She's up in the count at 3 balls and no strikes now. Nia Carter at first base. Riley Sheehy just popped up to third base, Cora Bassett. And now the number 3 hitter, Grace Baines, has the advantage at the plate here with a 3-ball and 1 strike count on her. We're in the top of the 5th inning. It's Iowa 3, Purdue nothing. Here is the 3-1 to Baines. A pitch that she rips down the third base line. It gets past the third baseman, Bassett, and that'll move Nia Carter to second base. So Grace Baines with a hit today. Grace Baines with a hit yesterday. She now has extended her games reaching base streak to 5. Her hitting streak is also at 5. And it brings up Lindy Milkowski. Milkowski looks at a pitch that's up and in on her. Milkowski, a freshman from Olathe, Kansas. Doubled in her last at-bat, singled in her first at-bat, and scored 2 for 2 on the day. Milkowski was 1 for 2 yesterday with a couple of walks, so she knows how to get on base. Here's one that's low and away that Riley Goff does an excellent job of going down and trapping into the turf. Otherwise, that ball goes to the backstop, and both Carter and Baines would move ahead, take the Hawks out of the force situation, putting them into run scoring opportunities. So it's 2 balls and no strikes on Lindy Milkowski, a dangerous hitter in this with this kind of a count on her. You know that head coach Renee Gillespie going to give her the green light. Here's the 2-0 from Henley, a pitch that's down and away. So it's 3 balls and no strikes. Not going to play around with this hitter, but then you've got, after her, Kalena Burns, followed by Denali Lecker. So I guess you got to pick your patrons here. Who you want to pitch to. I'm sure that Milkowski will be taking this pitch, and she does. It's strike 1. 3 balls and 1 strike now on the freshman catcher, Lindy Milkowski. So here comes the 3-1 pitch from Henley. And it's an off-speed pitch, strike 2. Nice spot by Savannah Henley. Henley, coming into this appearance, 14 innings, 18 hits. She's been given up in those 14 innings, 13 runs, 8 of them earned, with a 4.0 ERA. Here is the 3-2 that's up and away, and it's ball 4. Lindy Milkowski does a nice job to hold off on swinging at that pitch, and with that walk, that loads the bases up for Kalena Burns. Kalena Burns Amber DeSena is now going to be coming in and running for Lindy Milkowski. Amber DeSena came in and pinch ran yesterday in the top of the 4th inning for Kalena Burns and would promptly score. So Kalena Burns steps to the batter's box. Here is the first pitch to her that she'll get a rip at and send it foul down the right field line. The sophomore out of Corona, California. Kalena Burns, 3 for 4 yesterday. .235 average. She certainly raised that up yesterday with the 3 hits. Here is the 0-1 that's hit out into right field, and a line drive shot right at the right fielder to Caitlin Brandstrom. Her throw was cut off at the plate or by second base. So Carter will score on the flyout by Burns. And also scoring is Grace Baines from second on the error, trying to get DeSena going to second base. And so it's Denali at the plate. 2 gone, and it's a 5-0 lead for Iowa right now here in the top of the 5th inning. So Denali Lecker at the plate for the Hawks. And with DeSena at second base, Denali Lecker is 1 for 2 in the day, struck out in her last at-bat, singled in her first at-bat, an RBI single for her. She with a good bat. Iowa leads at 5-0. Here is the 2-0 pitch to her that's called strike 1 on the outside corner. Savannah Henley really does a nice job with those off-speed pitches to spot them. Denali Lecker with a .233 batting average after yesterday's game, 10 of 43, was 1 for 4 with an RBI yesterday and has a hit here today. Lecker swings and fouls one off of her, and it gets out into the infield, but is a foul ball. She's on a 2-game hitting streak. Here's the pitch to Lecker. Off-speed pitch that she gets out in front of and bounds it fouled on the third base line. Denali has her 10 hits scattered about many games, 11, I guess, today and yesterday, of course. And then it was game number 3 against Maryland, a single hit there. Last game against Penn State, but she had a 3-hit game in the first game of the 3-game series against Penn State. And here's a pitch that hits that outside corner, and striking out is Denali Lecker with the bases loaded. They get out of that one. Luckily, Iowa does score 2 to make it 5-0, but leaves Amber DeSenta at second base. But nevertheless, Iowa extends that lead to 5-0. We're through 4.5. We come into the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be batters 7, 8, and 9 for the Purdue Boilermakers when play resumes. Iowa 5, Purdue 0 in Game 1 of a doubleheader today. At the end of the 3rd period and heading into the 4th period, it's UConn 72, Iowa 61. So the Hawks kind of trying to close that gap between them and that top-ranked UConn basketball team. Caitlin Clark has 19 points for the Hawks, 4 of 9 3-point shooting. Warnock with 16 points, and Sanano has 12. Hawks get some good production. 72-61 Iowa. 72-61 Connecticut going into that 4th period. So the Purdue Boilermakers are sending a pinch hitter to the plate. Looks like it's Leanna Mullins going to bat for Kendall Chase. Oh, no balls and 2 strikes on Mullins. Mullins with no batting stats to speak of. She is a senior from Wellington, Florida. Here's the 0-2 that's inside on her, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Leanna Mullins played in 8 games last year in the pandemic-shortened season. It was 1 for 4. And in 2019, here's a swing and a miss and another strikeout for Allison Ducey. She only had a 77 batting average. 2 for 26. Well, she strikes out here. That's strikeout number 7 for Allison Ducey. First out of this bottom of the 5th inning. And it'll bring up Emily Cox. Emily Cox, she grounded out to Ashley Hamilton in her first at-bat. Allison Ducey with 7 strikeouts on the day. Another masterful pitching performance by her. Doesn't really get behind in any of the counts. She's walked a couple batters today. but whatever has been hit right at players. Here is the 0-1 that is fouled down the first base line and out of play. So it's no balls and 2 strikes. Much like this at bat, Allison able to get ahead of the hitters. Now she can play with the number of pitches that she does have to try to throw off these Purdue batters, and this one is in Emily Cox. Here's the 0-2 from Allison Ducey, a pitch that swung on and missed. Strikeout number 8 for Allison Ducey. And that'll bring up the number 9 hitter in Riley Scott. See if the Hawks can't stop him here and not allow Rachel Becker to come to the plate. Riley Scott singled in her last at-bat that ricocheted off of Allison Ducey. No harm done to Allison. Here is the opening pitch. That's down and in on Scott, but she tries to go after it to slap it and misses it. So it's strike 1 on Riley Scott. Riley Scott for the Purdue Boilermakers. No stats to speak of coming into the weekend. None. Interesting. Because last year in the pandemic shortened year, she had started 12 of the 14 games, batted .353 with 12 hits. And 2 years ago, 2019, started and played in 48 games, had a .250 batting average in 24 of 96. So whatever decisions made to keep her from, here's another one right up the circle through Allison Ducey. Doesn't hit Ducey this time, but it gets behind her. And Grace Baines unable to get to it in time enough to throw out Riley Scott at first base. So the second consecutive single by the number 9 hitter, Riley Scott, will bring the top of the order to the plate. For the Purdue Boilermakers, it's Rachel Becker. 0 for 2 on the day. Now would not be a good time for her to get started. Yesterday, 1 for 3 with a double, but in the previous series against Nebraska, she was 4 for 8 with a home run. She drew a couple of walks in that 3-game series. And in the Maryland series, she was 3 for 10. And that same weekend, she had a couple of doubles that weekend. So very capable leadoff hitter. Here's one that she strokes out into left field. Quickly retrieving is Riley Sheehy. And so the Boilermakers threatening here in the bottom of the 5th inning with back-to-back singles, and it brings up Cora Bassett. Cora Bassett, 0 for 2 yesterday, is 0 for 2 today with a strikeout and a pop-out to Arilee Bogar at second base. Cora Bassett, the number 2 hitter for the Purdue Boilermakers coming into the weekend with a .375 average, 15 hits and 40 at-bats. Hawks have been able to shut her down here yesterday's game and through most of today's game, but the Boilermakers are threatening here. Have a couple of runners on and 2 out. Here is the first pitch that Bassett will pop up down the third base line, and it'll drift foul past the Purdue dugout. Allison Ducey, Lindy Makowski, your battery. Denali Lecker at first, Arilee Bogar at second, Grace Baines at short, Ashley Hamilton at third base, Riley Sheehy at left field, Briley Klosterman in center, and Nia Carter in right field. No balls and 1 strike on Cora Bassett. Here's the 0-1 from Ducey, a pitch that she hits out into the outfield, and it is going to be out of here. A 3-run home run for Cora Bassett will close the gap to 5-3, but Iowa still leads. But what a shot that was out into left center field by Cora Bassett. A home run that scores Rachel Becker and Riley Scott, and it draws the Purdue Boilermakers to a 5-3 score against the Iowa Hawkeyes in just the bottom of the 5th inning. For Allison Ducey, that is the second home run she's given up this season, the 38th home run she's given up in her career. No harm done. Bases are empty. Brings up Riley Goff, the freshman catcher. Walked and flew out to Baines in her 2 at-bats. Looks at strike 1. Allison does a nice job just to recover, get to the next batter. Deliver a strike to her. Get ahead in the count. 5-3 the lead for the Iowa Hawkeyes here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Here's a pitch that is down and in, so it's ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. When Iowa comes to the plate in the top of the 6th inning, they'll have Arely Bogar, Ashley Hamilton, and Briley Klosterman. See if the Hawks can gain back these same 3 runs that have been just given up on a 3-run home run by Cora Bassett. Here is the 1-1 pitch that's down and away. And for Bassett, it's her 2nd home run of the season. Bassett hit the home run in the first weekend of play in Florida. Here is the 2-1 that's popped up in foul. Either in the Michigan series, the Penn State 2-game series, or the Rutgers 2-game series. But she gives Purdue a little momentum here in this bottom of the 5th inning with a 3-run home run. Riley Goff at the plate, the freshman catcher, the number 3 hitter in the lineup. 2-2 the count. Here's the pitch from Allison Ducey. That's a nice place, and Riley Goff just goes down and gets enough of the bat on it to foul it back. So it's 2, the count remains the same at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Here's the 2-2 again. This time Goff will get around on it and foul it down the third base line, but foul. So Allison Ducey getting some pitches in here today. She's just getting warmed up, to be honest with you. We've seen this girl throw double headers and then come back and throw a single game the next game too. So just getting into her rhythm here in the 2021 softball season. Here's the 2-2 to Goff, and it's an outside pitch, so it's ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes on the freshman catcher, Riley Goff. Goff, 281 hitter coming into the weekend, 9 of 32. Yesterday was 0 for 3. She did strike out one time yesterday. Has walked and flew out here today. Here's a pitch, hits that inside corner. Great shot by Allison Ducey. It's her 9th strikeout of the game, but more importantly, it ends the Purdue Boilermakers in this bottom of the 5th inning after scoring 3 runs on the 3-run home run by Cora Bassett. We head into the top of the 6th inning, and Arely Bogar will start it off for the Hawks. The Hawks lead at 5-3. Update now on the Connecticut-Iowa NCAA Sweet 16 basketball game. It's Connecticut 82, Iowa 70, heading into the final 5 minutes of this 4th quarter. See if the Hawks can't rally, knock off that number 1 ranked and number 1 seeded Connecticut Husky basketball team. So the Hawks head to the plate here in the top of the 6th inning. Arely Bogar will step into the left-handed batter's box. She's 0 for 2 on the day. Actually, 0 for 1. She was hit by a pitch in her last at-bat and doubled up on the line drive hit by Bradley Klosterman. Airily with a batting average of 45, just one hit on the season and 22 at-bats coming in, but that one hit a triple, and she would score right after that here. She hits it to second base, and the second baseman, Emily Cox, with a pickup and a throw to first base, and we've got one gone in the Hawks' top of the 6th. 5-3 the lead for the Hawks. Purdue with 3 runs on a 3-run home run by Cora Bassett in its last at-bat. Brings up Ashley Hamilton. Hamilton is 1 for 2 on the day, a single and a score in her first at-bat and struck out in her second at-bat. Here's the pitch from Savannah Henley. Henley now has gone on. She came in the middle of the second inning in relief of Alex Echezarreta and has really pitched a nice ball game. She has given up some runs, a couple runs, but nevertheless, she's kind of stabilized what's happening for the Purdue defense. Here's Ashley Hamilton, inside-out pitch that she'll hit, fouled on the left field line. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on the senior, Ashley Hamilton, out of Cedar Rapids, prepping at Kennedy High School. Has started 4 of 6 games. Has started at third base yesterday and today. She also is a shortstop. But to get her on the field, got to try to play her in other positions, and that's what head coach Renee Gillespie doing with the senior Ashley Hamilton. Has picked up her first 3 hits of this season, 2 yesterday and 1 in her first at-bat today. Here is the 2-1. Nice off-speed pitch. That's what struck her out in the first, her last at-bat, was the off-speed stuff from Savannah Henley. Hamilton just kind of get frozen at the plate. We'll see if Henley doesn't come back with that same pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here it is from the left-handed Henley. A pitch that is called strike 3 on that inside corner. May have been a little inside, may have been a little high. Can't take it for granted. So that is I want to say it's the 5th strikeout for Henley. And it brings up the freshman Briley Klosterman. Here is the first pitch to her that she'll lift down the left field line, and it'll drift foul. Klosterman flew out to Becker at short in her last at-bat and singled in her first at-bat, an RBI single. Here's one that Klosterman will ground to second base, and that's a quick at-bat as Emily Cox will throw out Bradley Klosterman. And the Hawks 3 up, 3 down in the top of the 6th inning will lead 5-3 as we go into the bottom of the 6th inning. The Boilermakers will have Riley Plutasic, the number 4 hitter, Alex Echezarreta, and Caitlin Brandstrom at the plate when play resumes. So the Purdue Boilermakers head into the bottom of the 6th inning, trail now 5-3. In their last at-bat, it was 5-0 until they got a 3-run home run from Cora Bassett. And on the first pitch is opened up with a base hit by Riley Platusic. And Platusik now is on base for the first time today. She hit a home run yesterday for her only hit. And it's now Purdue again putting together a little bit of a threat. Of course, we're just early into this bottom of the sixth inning. Alex Echezarreta will step to the plate. Echezarreta has walked and struck out today. Primarily a pitcher for Purdue, but is getting some time at the plate. Head coach Boo D'Oliveira doing that with a number of her players that are pitchers but also can put the ball in play. Here's a bunt by Echezarreta that is charged on by Denali, and she will throw out Echezarreta to Arely Bogar. It does move Platusik to second base and in scoring position with the batter coming to the plate, Caitlin Brenstrom. Brenstrom is 0 for 2 on the day. She has struck out and flown out to Riley Sheehy in left field. Brenstrom yesterday was a pinch hitter, and she did promptly stroke a single. So here's the first pitch from Ducey, a pitch that's down and away. Brenstrom does a nice job to not go after it. For Brenstrom, just a 100 hitter coming into the series. Her one hit yesterday, and then she hasn't got anything today. Gives her 4, but she's certainly very capable of putting the bat on. Here's one that she swings at, and a rise pitch by Allison Ducey. She can't connect with, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. We're in the bottom of the sixth inning. First game of a doubleheader between the Hawks and the Purdue Boilermakers. Here's the 1-1, and it's a pitch that Brenstrom will swing on and foul down the left field line. So it's a ball and 2 strikes. Runner at second is Riley Platusik. She started the inning with a single, moved to second on the sacrifice by Alex Echezarreta. And now it's Caitlin Brenstrom. Here is the 1-2 pitch that she'll foul back again. A nice stroke by Brenstrom, though. She eyes that pitch all the way in, takes a nice level cut at it, and just gets enough of the softball to foul it back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here is the 1-2 pitch that swung on and popped up into the infield. And Denali coming right down the first base line, about 3 strides in, 3 strides down the line, right at the line, and makes the put out. So 2 gone in Purdue's bottom of the sixth inning, And it'll bring up Kendall Chase. Oh, we're going to have a pinch hitter for Kendall Chase. It is Becca Jones. Becca came in to play right field in the last half inning of defense for Purdue. Becca Jones played yesterday, was 0 for 3 with a strikeout. On the season, a 161 hitter, 5 hits and 31 at-bats. 0-1 the count on her. Here's the pitch, and here's one that she swings on and will just get enough of it to foul it into the backstop. So it's no balls and 2 strikes. Jones does have a double and a triple in those 5 hits, so very capable of putting the bat on the ball and driving it into a gap to get extra base hits. Down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Here it comes from Allison Ducey. And it's a pitch that's upstairs. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Iowa leads this game 5-3. Hawks have scored 3 in the second, 2 in the fifth. Purdue came back with 3 in its bottom of the 5th inning on a 3-run home run by Cora Bassett. And that's where we stand right now here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Purdue at bat, trailing 5-3. Here's the 1-2 from Allison Ducey. It's a pitch that Becca swings on and misses, and Allison Ducey now in double digits for strikeouts in today's game with 10, but more importantly, it gets the Hawks out of that inning in which Purdue has a runner at second base. They can't produce a run, and Iowa will head into the top of the 7th inning, leading this game 5-3. The Hawks will be at the top of the order with Nia Carter, Riley Sheehy, and Grace Baines. Well, the Hawkeye women's basketball team is going to go down to defeat today to the University of Connecticut Huskies with just 19 seconds remaining in the game. Iowa trails 92-72, but has certainly have given a valiant effort to try to take down the top-ranked Connecticut basketball team. And we'll get their season end, but I'm not sure that anybody would ever expected the Hawks to get to that point of the season, and they have. They've done a nice job coaching-wise. Players have adapted to themselves nicely, and everybody filling that role. They're going to be really good in the coming years. They're going to lose a couple of seniors, but they've got a majority of that team coming back that are freshmen and sophomores. Look out for the Hawks. Here's Nia Carter to begin the top of the seventh inning. Up at the count at 1 ball and no strikes. Nia looks at a pitch that's strike one, an off-speed pitch. Nia walked in her last at-bat and would score. She singled in her second at-bat. So she is 1 for 2 on the day. Here is the 1-1 pitch to her that she'll slap down the right field line or the first base line, and it goes foul. Nia Carter already on this season had a 6-game hitting streak going. 5 of those were multi-hit games, all of them 2-hit games. She has 6 2-hit games and 1 3-hit game on the season already. Here's a pitch that's down and in on her, and 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nia Carter, if you might remember, she and Arely Bogar pulled off a successful double steal in the bottom of the 8th inning against Maryland to win a game on the 13th of March. That was the second game of that doubleheader. They won it in 8 innings. Here's the pitch that's bounds across the plate at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nia walked after Bogar was moved to third base when she started the extra inning at second base. And once Nia got to first base, she just kept right on running, and it caused Maryland to have to play it in the field. And once the throw was made down to second base, there was Arely Bogar sliding across home plate for the win for the Hawks. That was a double steal. Here's Nia Carter getting out in front of a pitch and bounding it down the first base line again. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore from Rancho Cucamonga, California, St. Paul High School. Nia Carter a year ago, 28 hits and 55 at-bats, was .500. What a season she had a year ago. Of course, it's always nice to think about what it would have been like had a full season been able to have been played, what she could have done. She had She had 10 multi-hit games a year ago, 2 3-hit games. Make that 3 3-hit games. Here's one down the first base line that is picked up by the first baseman Brandstrom, and Nia Carter is out on a ground ball. 1 gone, and Iowa's top of the 7th inning. Riley Sheehy will step to the plate, the left-handed hitter for the Hawks. Sheehy on the day is 0 for 2 with a walk. Yesterday, Riley 2 for 4, scored a run. One of those hits was for an RBI. Here is one that she'll hit right to third baseman Cora Bassett off a hop going to her left. Picked it up nicely and fires it across the diamond so quickly. The Hawks are down in the top of the 7th inning, 2 outs with Grace Baines stepping to the plate. Baines on the day is 1 for 3. She singled and scored in her last at-bat. One of the 2 runs the Hawks needed to get up to 5. They led 5-0. Purdue would come back in the bottom of that 5th inning and make it a 5-3 game on a 3-run home run from Cora Bassett. 1 ball and no strikes now on Grace Baines, the freshman from Kansas City, Kansas. Here's the 1-0 to her. It's a pitch that's an off-speed pitch right across the plate. Boy, she really does a nice job of showing heavy, hard motion, and then at that last second, backs off some of that velocity. Baines, a 136 hitter, 6 hits and 44 at-bats coming into today's game. Here is the pitch that she gets around on and rips it foul down the third base line. Baines on a 5-game hitting streak with a hit yesterday. And the one hit she has here today continues that hitting streak. 1 ball and 2 strikes now on the freshman Grace Baines, the shortstop. Here's the pitch to her that she'll foul back into the backstop. Great hitting exhibition here by Baines as she's staying alive at the plate. I would imagine we'll see an off-speed pitch coming from Henley, though. Savannah Henley has been very effective with that against the Hawks here today. I'd look for it right now. A ball and 2 strikes on Grace Baines. Here's the pitch from Savannah Henley. And it's one that Baines right at the shortstop, Rachel Becker, on a one-hop scoop. Fires it across the diamond, and that'll end the Hawks' top of the 7th inning. But Iowa leads by 2 runs, 5-3, going into the bottom of the 7th inning. The Boilermakers will send Emily Cox and Riley Scott to the plate when play resumes. So the Purdue Boilermakers coming to the plate here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And it looks like it's going to be Leanna Mullins again. No, it's not. So it is Sydney Bates. Now, Sydney also a pitcher. As a pinch hitter in the bottom of the 7th inning, the number 8 hitter. And here's the pitch again. Swing and a miss. So no balls and 2 strikes. Sydney Bates from the plate, just a 45 hitter. 1 hit in 22 at-bats. As a player, non-pitcher, 7 starts in 8 games. Here's a pitch, a swing and a miss, and it's strikeout number 11 for Allison Ducey. 11 strikeouts. More importantly, it's the first strikeout or the first out of this bottom of the 7th inning. It brings up Riley Scott. A couple of singles that she's provided for Purdue on the offensive side, and she scored a run, one of the 3 on that 3-run home run that Cora Bassett on the home run from Bassett. So Riley Scott looks at the first pitch strike from Allison Ducey. Here's the 0-1. Is now 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike on Riley Scott, senior center fielder for the Purdue Boilermakers. Here's the 1-1 pitch that Scott will half slap down the left field line. It goes foul. If Purdue is to tie the score, send it to enter extra innings, the Hawks, when they come to the plate, will have Lindy Milkowski, Kalena Burns, and Denali Lecker. So we'll see if the Hawks, though, can end it here in the bottom of the 7th. 1 out. Here is the pitch to Scott. It's upstairs. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rachel Becker is on deck. The leadoff hitter for the Purdue Boilermakers. Here is the 2-2 pitch that Scott will just reach out and poke back into the backstop just to remain alive at this at-bat. She's an active hitter at the number 9 hitter, much like what Iowa has with Briley Klosterman in the number 9 spot. Can put the ball in play and can hit for distance. Here's the 2-2 again from Allison Ducey. A pitch that hits that outside corner. 12 strikeouts for Allison Ducey. Perfect spot for Allison. Hits that outside corner. And the Hawks now with 2 outs in this bottom of the 7th inning. Can't relax just yet. You can feel it coming, though. Rachel Becker, 1 for 3 on the day. A single, and she scored as part of that 3-run home run hit by Cora Bassett back in the bottom of the 5th inning. Iowa leads at 5-3. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 gone and Purdue's at bat. Allison Ducey has gone the distance for the Hawks. Done a nice job. She's got 12 strikeouts in this appearance, and it's ball 1 on Rachel Becker. Got to be careful with her, but then again, just need to attack her. See if you can't find a weakness in that at bat. Here is the 1-0 pitch to Becker. She lifts up into the air out to left field, and Riley Sheehy going back. It's over her head, hits the warning track, and quickly back into the into the infield. Nice job by Riley Sheehy. That ball was hit away from to her right as she headed back into the corner of the ballpark. It hit the warning track, bounced off the wall. Riley able to get it quickly and back into the infield. And a double now for Rachel Becker. She had a double yesterday. She has another double here today. She's 2 for 4. She singled and scored in her last at bat. And here's Cora Bassett, who can hit the long ball. A 3-run home run in her last at bat made it 5-3. Here's the first offering from Allison Ducey. A pitch that Bassett jammed. She hits it down the first base line. Just barely gets a hold of it. Ducey going to have to be careful with Cora Bassett here. Bassett, the second leading hitter on this Boilermaker softball team, 0 for 2 yesterday and is 1 for 3 today. And, of course, that one hit, a 3-run home run, her second home run of the season. 375 hitter. No balls and 1 strike on the sophomore Bassett. Here's a pitch that she rips down the left field line. This one also a long ball, but it foul. And no balls and 2 strikes now on the sophomore Cora Bassett. Bassett, the sophomore out of Newburgh, Indiana. Down on the count against the senior Allison Ducey. Here's the 0-2 from Deuce. Pitch that's upstairs, and Bassett will lay off at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rachel Becker at second. Just doubled for Purdue. 2 outs, 2 strikeouts for Allison Ducey in this bottom of the 7th inning, and Cora Bassett at the plate. Very dangerous hitter, the number 2 hitter in the lineup for the Purdue Boilermakers. Here's Ducey getting the hit pitch from head coach Renee Gillespie. Right down the middle she goes to Bassett. Bassett will get around on it and foul it back behind the backstop. So the count remains the same at 1 ball and 2 strikes. On deck is Riley Goff, the freshman catcher, if they get there. It's Ducey against Bassett. Here comes the 1-2 from Deuce. A pitch that again is high. So 2 balls and 2 strikes on Cora Bassett. Rachel Becker at second base, doubling her second consecutive hit in 4 at-bats today. Looking to see if teammate Cora Bassett can put something into play. Here's the 2-2 from Allison Ducey. A pitch that Bassett wanted to go after. She holds up, and now it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Will Ducey go right after her with a pitch, a power pitch down the middle? Or will she try to make Bassett chase something that's close to the strike zone? We'll find out here momentarily. Toe in the rubber. Here is Allison Ducey. Here's the windup and the pitch to Bassett. A pitch that she swings at and fouls it back. I thought it was a strikeout, but she's able to get enough of it and foul it back. Well, Ducey went after her. Hard pitch right down the middle. Cora Bassett, a tough out. Good hitter for the Purdue Boilermakers. Here comes the 3-2 again. A pitch that Ducey right down the middle, and Bassett just watches it go by her. Don't know what she was expecting. She had fought off so many pitches in front of that. She strikes out. It ends the game, and the 13th strikeout of the game for Allison Ducey. Iowa wins game number 2 of the 4-game set and the first of the doubleheader today by the score of 5-3. Game number 3 will start in about 30 minutes, somewhere around 2:30. We'll get the exact start time for you here shortly, and we'll get the lineups to you and everything as well to prep you for that softball game. Iowa wins the first of the doubleheader today by the score of 5-3. So the Iowa Hawkeyes moved their softball record to 9-5 on the young Big Ten season. 8-5 coming in after yesterday's 4-2 win, and they shine today in the first game of the doubleheader. Got off to a good start, 3 runs in the top of the second inning on 6 singles. Held on to a 3-0 lead until they made it 5-0 in the top of the 5th inning. And then they had to withstand a 3-run home run from Cora Bassett in the bottom of the 5th inning. Purdue would threaten in both the bottom of the 6th and bottom of the 7th, but Iowa pitching and defense able to shut down the Boilermakers from scoring any runs to try to either tie the game to move it into extra innings or take the lead to win it in the later stages of that softball game. Allison Ducey, again, another fine performance. 13 strikeouts in game number 1 as she went all 7 innings. Allison did walk a couple of batters. She did walk 2 batters, and as far as giving up base hits, she gave up a double and a single to Rachel Becker, the home run to Cora Bassett, another single to Riley Platusik. 4 hits is what she gave up in that first game. But the Hawks come away a winner, go to 9-5, and for Allison Ducey, she now on the season is 2-3, to be honest with you. As well, 2-3 or 3-3. So she's at 3-3 on this young season. As the Hawks, she pitched the Hawks into that first game of the doubleheader win today by the score of 5-3. Game number 2 is coming up here shortly. Teams are out in the field doing some fungo hitting and a little bit of running to get loosened up again after a 2-hour game in game number 1. Allison has run her record to 3-3 with the win. The Hawks will throw Lauren Shaw in game number 3. Lauren, the lefty out of the outskirts of Cleveland, LaGrange, Ohio. And we'll get to that lineup here in just a moment. All right, here we go in the box score from the first game of the doubleheader today. Iowa won it 5-3. Iowa with 8 hits. They had 13 yesterday in game 1 win, 8 hits today. Milkowski with 2 hits on the day. Nia Carter with a hit. Grace Baines, Kalena Burns, Denali Lecker, and Bridie Klosterman all with hits today. Ashley Hamilton had a hit today. Ashley with 3 hits in the first 2 games, doing very well playing third base. Allison Ducey again went 7 innings. She's yielded 6 hits, gave up 3 runs. They all were earned. She walked 2. She struck out 13. She was masterful in the circle, though, and hitting spots. She pitched to 29 batters, threw 109 pitches, a 1.56 ERA for today. And for Allison, it'll probably put her over right about the 1.00 ERA mark for the season, her next outing. But nevertheless, they got out of Allison Ducey what they wanted to, and that was another win that evens her record at 3-3 to go along with what Sarah Lehman has done so far. And she began it yesterday for the Hawks with a gem of a game, a 3-hit, 2-run game for the Hawks yesterday. Sarah Lehman moves her record to 5-1. Sarah will get a break today. As we take a look at Lauren Shaw for today's second game of this doubleheader. And it's a game that's certainly a very important game for the Iowa Hawkeyes as they move their record to 9-5 all over. And I'll talk more about the Big Ten and the schedule for softball games today. This weekend in the Big Ten. Iowa right up there in the top 5 of the Big Ten standings right now. Lauren Shaw, her last outing was against the Maryland Terrapins. She that back on the 13th of March in a game that the Hawkeyes, that was game 2 that Iowa would win in the bottom of the, they would lose that game 3-2. Lauren went 5 innings, gave up 7 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned runs. She walked 3 and struck out 3 in the game. That again back on the 13th of March, so it's been a couple of weeks since Lauren Shaw has seen action. Last year was one of 4 Big Ten pitchers with 9 wins before the pandemic halted the season. She was 9-2 with a 1.71 ERA last year. She made 11 starts through 8 complete games. She had 13 appearances, 73 innings. She pitched the most of any of the pitchers last year. She gave up 65 hits, 23 runs, 18 earned only, and 15 walks, 61 strikeouts. Again, that was last year. This year so far, she has started 3 games in 4 appearances and has a 1-0 record, 1.58 ERA. So she and Allison Ducey were the gunslingers coming in for the Hawks into this season. And Coach Renee Gillespie looking for that third pitcher, and she has found it in Sarah Lehman. So now she's got 3 pretty good pitchers that she can pick from to establish a softball game and pitch for the Hawks throughout this softball season. So Lauren will be in the circle here today for the Hawks. She didn't play in the 2019 season. She redshirted. She played in 2018 where she pitched 69 innings. So we'll talk more about Lauren as we go along in this softball game here today. She will be in the circle for the Hawks when the Hawks take the field to begin with. But they will be up to bat to begin this game, and it'll be Nia Carter to get it started for the Iowa Hawkeyes, as she has done as Nia Carter has done throughout the first 2 years of her Hawkeye career, and she is facing Sydney Bates. Now, Bates yesterday went only 3 innings. She gave up 5 hits, 3 runs, and 3 earned runs. And coming into the weekend, Bates had pitched 24 innings, so she's up to 29 innings, 29.2 innings. And she has even the count now at 1 ball and 1 strike against Nia Carter. Carter 1 for 3 in the first game of the doubleheader today. She was 1 for 4 yesterday. Coming into the series, 18 hits, 49 at bats. Here is a pitch that's up and in on her. I should say she was 17 hits and 44 at bats. So she is now at 19 hits. In 51 at bats. Here is the 2-1 to Carter, which is down and away as Sydney Bates tries to fool her on a pitch that's a breaking down pitch. Bates is a redshirt senior from Davie, Florida. A little windy out at West Lafayette, Indiana, and here is an opening batter walk by Sydney Bates. Nia Carter draws another walk on the season. She walked in yesterday's first game, so on the season, she now with 2 walks and definitely a base stealing threat, 3 for 3 on the season. Here's Riley Sheehy looking at a pitch from Sydney Bates, and it's down and away. It was a pitch that hits the outside corner, so it's no balls and 1 strike. I welcome you to the second game of the doubleheader today. Iowa won the first game 5-3, and here is the second pitch that bounces across the plate, and Kylie Goff, the freshman catcher for Purdue, able to pick it up off the bounce and not allow Nia Carter to advance on a pass ball or any kind of a wild pitch. So Sheehy in the second game, 2 for 4 yesterday and 0 for 3 today. And here's a pitch that is fouled right off of the catcher, Kylie Goff. She hops around a little bit to try to get that pain to go away. The Hawkeyes in the Big Ten in batting, coming into the series at 196, 10th in the league. Improved that yesterday with the 13 hits, moving up to 219, and 8 hits in 25 at-bats will help that out even more. Purdue was 8th in the Big Ten at 234 after yesterday's 3 hits in their 3 hits and 25 at-bats, so that'll dip down a little bit. So runner at first, nobody out. It's Riley Sheehy at the plate for the Hawks. Here's a pitch that she lines right back to Sydney Bates, and they double off Nia Carter at first base. So the line drive she was on the move in a line drive. It was a very solid hit by Riley Sheehy, but right back to the pitcher. And she fields it, gets it over to first base. So 2 gone in the Hawkeye top of the first inning. It'll bring up Grace Baines, who on the first pitch will promptly fly out to center field, and Riley Platusik. And that'll end the Hawks here in the top of the first inning. Down in order, 1, 2, 3. We're scoreless in game number 3. Top of the first inning, Purdue coming to bat. Well, the University of Iowa women's basketball team gave a valiant effort today against the number 1 ranked and top-seeded Connecticut Huskies, falling to UConn 92-72. That will end the Hawkeyes' season. But, folks, they got some good seasons ahead of them with the talent that they have coming back from this basketball team next year, plus the recruits that head coach Lisa Bluter has brought in for next year. So look forward to that, and look forward to what would be an increase in attendance at Carver Hawkeye Arena as we get through this pandemic, and season tickets, game tickets will be available. But we applaud the efforts of Lisa Bluter and her coaching staff and that University of Iowa women's basketball team. Lost today, but to the best team in the country, the UConn Huskies. So Purdue comes to the plate. And it'll be Riley Scott leading off. Scott had been the number 9 hitter, so head coach Boo de Oliveira has moved her to the number 1 spot, and Rachel Becker down to the number 2. Scott, in the opening game today, was 2 for 3. She did have a strikeout. She is now even in the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Lauren Shaw from LaGrange, Ohio, the 5'11 senior pitcher, left-handed pitcher, coming into the game, this game pitching, has thrown 17 2/3 innings. Here's a pitch that's down and away. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike for Lauren, giving up 21 hits and only 7 runs, 4 of them earned, 5 walks and 15 strikeouts, has a 1.58 ERA. Here's a bouncer that'll go to shortstop Grace Baines, and the speedy Riley Scott able to beat it out. So that'll be a base hit for Riley Scott. And that'll bring up Rachel Becker. Now with Riley Scott on base, it kind of changes the perspective a little bit for Rachel Becker, a 500 hitter coming into the weekend. She was 1 for 3 yesterday with a double, and today she was 2 for 4 with a double and a single. She sacrifices Riley Scott to second base. Lauren Shaw does a nice job of coming out of the circle and tracking down that bunt to fire it over to Ariely Bogar at first base. So with 1 out, that brings up Cora Bassett. Bassett, here's a pitch that's a bounder right to Grace Baines at short and across the diamond to get Cora Bassett speeding down the first base line. Nice play by Grace Baines. To get the second out, it brings up Riley Platusik. I want to tell you that Bassett was 1 for 4 in the last game, and that hit was a 3-run home run. She did strike out twice, and she was 0 for 2 in game number 1 yesterday. This is the second game of our doubleheader today. Iowa won the first game 5-3 and won yesterday's game 4-2. So they've got a 2-game winning streak going here. And the Hawks have won 6 of their last 7 games. Let's make it 7 of their last 8. Seven of their last 8 games Iowa has won. They're getting into that winning mode as they step out on the diamond every time they play. 0-2 now on Platusik. Here's a pitch that's an off-speed pitch that Platusik will lift out into right center field. She does a nice job to hold off. And that'll score Riley Scott from second base. And Purdue now jumps up to a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the first inning. As Riley Scott started off with a single, Becker would sacrifice her to second, and Cora Bassett just grounded out for the second out. And Riley Platusik, the junior center fielder, delivers an RBI single to give Purdue the 1-0 lead. The freshman Kylie Goff, that is, the catcher at the plate. And she looks at ball 1. Lauren Shaw in the circle for the Hawks here this afternoon. Game number 2 of this doubleheader. Goff steps in there in the right-handed batter's box, and Lauren Shaw delivers, and it's a foul ball back off the backstop. Goff coming into the weekend a .281 hitter, 0 for 3 in yesterday's Game 1, and today was 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. So she's pretty much 0 for the weekend, been on base once with a walk. but a pretty solid hitter. Takes a nice cut at the ball. Here is the pitch from Shaw. Another off-speed pitch that Goff will wait on. It'll drive Briley Klosterman back, but short of the warning track, and Briley will haul it in for out number 3. So the Boilermakers do get a run in their bottom of the first inning. Started with Riley Scott's single. She was moved to second. She scored on the single by Roddy Platusik. And heading into the top of the second inning, it is the Purdue Boilermakers 1, Iowa 0. Lindy Milkowski will get it started for the Hawks when play resumes. The Iowa baseball team avenged the 8-2 loss to Ohio State yesterday with a 5-1 win in their first game of 2 being played today. The Hawks will play at approximately 4 o'clock, and that'll be against the University of Maryland, as they do trifectas now at some of these sites to get a Big Ten schedule in. Cam Bauman picked up the win as 1-2. Iowa wins it 5-1. We'll face Maryland coming up in about an hour. So Lindy Milkowski will step into the batter's box, facing Sydney Bates. Milkowski against Bates yesterday was 2 for 2. A single and a double against Lindsey Bates. Excuse me, that was today's game. My bad. Lindy Milkowski walked twice against Milkowski yesterday and scored a run. Milkowski up in the count now at 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 2-1 from Sydney Bates, a pitch that's up and away. Lindsey Milkowski now on a 7-game hitting streak. After going 2 for 2 in the last game, scored a run, and she walked as well. Ahead in the count here at 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch that she gets the end of the bat on and just lifted out into shallow right field into foul territory. But the second baseman, Caitlin Brandstrom, can't come up with the out. And so that'll leave Lindy Milkowski alive in this at-bat. Milkowski, a freshman from Olathe, Kansas. Having quite a season as a freshman. Coming into the weekend, she was a .316 hitter. Here's a pitch that's fouled back. And Milkowski, after yesterday, moved her batting average up to .333, 7 hits and 21 at-bats. So she's got 9 hits and 29 at-bats, so she's going to improve that as well. 3-2. Here's the full count pitch to her that she rips down the third base line. Head coach Renee Gillespie having a hot hop away from it. It was a hot shot down the line, but foul. Full count remains the same for Lindy Milkowski. Milkowski in this game is the designated player, as Marissa Peak will be behind the plate. Here's a pitch that Milkowski will draw a walk up and away from her. She has been on base a number of times for the Hawks here today, or this weekend already. She's been on base 7 times. 7 out of 8 at-bats for Milkowski being on base. Here's Kalena Burns. Burns in the first game of our doubleheader today, 1 for 2 with a run scored and an RBI. That RBI scored Amber DeSanta from second base in that three-run scoring second inning in the second game or our first game today. Burns was 3 for 4 in yesterday's opening game with a run scored. So getting some production out of Kalena Burns. She's playing first base in this game. For Kalena, that's her first 3-hit game of her career. Now, let me back up on that. Let me make sure that she didn't have one last year. Here is the pitch to her that she lifts high and out of play. She had a 3-hit game last year against Coastal Carolina, and she had a 4-hit game against South Dakota State on the 6th of March a year ago in the pandemic-shortened season. That was part of the 9-game hitting streak she had going to end that season, with that she stretched into an 11-game streak into this year. Here's another pitch that's a little bit upstairs on her, but she goes after it and fouls it back. So she's at 1 ball and 2 strikes against Sydney Bates. Here's the 1-2 that Burns will rifle down the right field line. Bates yesterday again went 3 innings, pitched 3 innings. So it gives her a total of 27 2/3. She gave up 5 hits yesterday. That gives her 32 for the season. 3 runs, which gives her 12 for the season. 3 of them were earned. That gives her 9 earned runs. Here's a rip down the third base line. Head coach Renee Gillespie having to hop out of the way of that one too. Bates also walked 2 batters, which gives her 11 for the year, and she struck out nobody. So she went 3 innings. She was into the 4th inning when Ashley Peters was brought in. Hawks had already scored 3 runs and ended up winning that game 4-2. Bates in the circle here today. Here is the ground ball from over to Rachel Becker at shortstop. A very slow-rolling ground ball. They couldn't double up. Couldn't double up on Milkowski, but they do force her. One out, and that brings up Marissa Peak. Marissa Peak catching today. Here's the first offering from Bates off that outside corner. Marissa, her last outing was against Maryland on the 14th of March as a pinch hitter. In game number 1, the Hawks would lose 3-2. Here's one that Peak will pop up into the infield, and it's the catcher, Kylie Goff, catching it just off the foul line, about 8 strides away, 3 or 4 strides down the third base line, and that's out number 2 for the Hawks in this top of the 2nd inning. I'm going to bring up Arilee Bogar, the senior from Trophy Club, Texas. Bogar 0 for 2 yesterday. Here's a pitch that's down and away from her. 0 for 2 in the first game today. So 0 for 4 on the weekend, coming into the weekend. Batting at .050 with just 1 hit and 20 at-bats. But I remind you, that hit was a triple that would score a run in the 12-inning win the Hawks had over Maryland. And she would score the winning run on a walk-off single by Grace Baines in that game. I don't worry about Arilee at all. Young lady can play the game. She knows how to use the bat. She'll get into a groove here. She'll be helping this Hawkeye team. The freshmen, the sophomores are doing quite well. Arilee Bogar right along with them. Here is the 1-1 that's upstairs. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Arilee Bogar, playing second base. Again, she's number 7 in the batting lineup for the Hawks. Here is the 2-1 that she'll bounce to first base over to Echeretta, and she'll scoop it and put out unassisted. Airly Bogar's ground ball. And so the Hawks, after getting a couple runners on, they don't get any runs across, and they trail going into the bottom of the second inning by the score of 1-0. When Purdue comes to the bat, it'll be Alex Echezarreta, the number 6 hitter, to lead off for the Boilermakers. In other Big Ten action this weekend, all of the Big Ten teams are playing. Minnesota is facing Illinois. Minnesota beat Illinois 6-0, so Minnesota at 10-3 and currently in a tie for third place, second place with Illinois and Michigan. So that a big game right out of the chute, but Minnesota shut them out. Ohio State shut out Maryland 5-0. Ohio State moved its mark to 7-6, and Maryland is down in the 6-7 one-loss category. Michigan bested Indiana 7-1. Michigan in a three-way tie for second place in the Big Ten. Northwestern in first at 12-1. And Indiana, Iowa's next opponent, at 7-6. Northwestern beat Wisconsin 6-5. Rutgers over Michigan State 3-2. And Nebraska pounded on Penn State 9-0 in 5 innings. We get things going here in the bottom of the second inning. Alex Echezarreta, the first baseman who she pitched to begin the last game, wasn't in for very long, and then she moved to a fielding position. Is down on the count, no balls and 1 strike. Here is the 0-1 pitch to her. That's called strike 2. Doing the corners for Hawks, Lauren Shaw. Echezarreta 0-1 in yesterday's game. I think she came in as pitched. Alex Echezarreta was 0-2 in the first game of this doubleheader. So Lauren Shaw, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Alex Echezarreta. Junior from Reston, Virginia. Here comes the 1-2 from Lauren Shaw. Pitched, bounced right back to Lauren Shaw, and Lauren turns and fires over to Kalena Burns. And quickly 1 down in Purdue's bottom of the second inning. I'll bring up Caitlin Brandstrom. Brandstrom in yesterday's game pinch hit and promptly delivered with a single. Was 0-3 in game number 1 today. Here is the left-handed Shaw. Has another one bounced right back to her. And so 2 pitches. And it's 2 putouts for Lauren Shaw, senior out of LaGrange, Ohio, just outside of Cleveland. I'll bring up Emily Cox. Cox, a designated player and a sophomore. Emily Cox, no batting average. She had 6 at-bats. Here's the first pitch to her that she swings at and misses. She was 0-2 in the last game, so makes her 0-8 on the season. And did not play in game 1, although her other 6 at-bats came in the trips to Florida. Here's the 0-1 to Cox, an off-speed pitch. Nice spot by Lauren Shaw. So it's no balls and it's 2 strikes to Emily Cox, the number 8 hitter, the designated player for the Boilermakers here in game number 2. Here is the 0-2 pitch that just misses that outside corner. Marissa Peak behind the plate for the Hawks in game number 2. Head coach Renee Gillespie developing that position with nice 1-2 punch between Marissa Peak and Lindy Milkowski. And Milkowski can now serve as a designated player, which she is doing at this point, and just bat. And Peak can do the same thing, and both of them can do pinch hitting roles. So here's a nice off-speed pitch that Emily Cox chases, can't connect with, and it's the first strikeout of the game for Lauren Cox. It ends the Purdue bottom of the second inning. We head into the top of the third, and Purdue leads the Hawks 1-0. It'll be Avery Guy, the number 8 hitter, Briley Klosterman, and Nia Carter for the Hawks when play resumes. So Avery Guy steps into the right-handed batter's box. Avery playing third base today. Her last time she was on the field was in the doubleheader against Ohio State. She started both of those games and went 0 for 4, so that's where she is on this season. Here is the first pitch to her. That's called strike one on the outside corner. Avery has 4 at-bats with no hits. She has scored twice, though. She scored yesterday in the win over Purdue. Here's a pitch that's up and in on her. Avery, a transfer from from DMAC in Des Moines. Has a younger brother, Willie Guy III. Excellent basketball player, good student athlete. Here's strike 2 on Avery Guy, her younger brother, and she's got a third younger brother. But Willie Guy III just committed to North Dakota State to play basketball. Had a good 2-year run at Des Moines Area Community College. Here is the 1-2 to Avery Guy that's upstairs. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Avery Guy. Out of Cedar Rapids, prepped at Jefferson High School, had a terrific high school career. Playing for Brian Irby. Here is the pitch that she lifts out into left field, and right at the left fielder. It was an off-speed pitch that Avery had kind of weight on as she was beginning to go into the swing. She was able to get the fat part of the bat on it, but couldn't get enough of it to hit it a long distance, and it was caught out there by Cora Bassett. So that'll bring up Briley Klosterman. Klosterman having a good weekend for the Hawks. Klosterman was 2 for 3 yesterday and 1 for 3 today, so 3 out of 6 for Briley Klosterman in these first 2 games, heading into game number 3 for Iowa. Really starting to develop her game at the Division I level. Coming into the weekend, she had 5 hits and 26 at-bats, and I just said she's got 3 now in the first 2 games. Here is the 2-0 to her. That's an off-speed pitch that is high. So it's 3 balls and no strikes to the freshman Briley Klosterman. So 3 balls and no strikes to Briley Klosterman. Here's the pitch that's right down the middle. It's strike 1. Can imagine that was going to happen. Klosterman at 241 coming into today's first game. Here is the 3-1 that she rips right to the right of second baseman Catherine Brandstrom, and Briley Klosterman starting to get into a hitting groove with a single right up the middle, and she is on board for the Hawks, and that brings up the top of the order in Nia Carter. Nia Carter singled in her, she walked in her first at bat and was doubled off on the line drive. Back to the pitcher. Here's a bunt that she'll lay down. Can she beat it out? She does, but is she called safe? Oh, they call her out at first. Oh, my goodness. I thought she beat it. Goodness, I know it was close. So they're going to get Nia Carter on the sacrifice. Jones coming down from third base will throw out Nia Carter. It does move Klosterman to second, and it brings up Riley Sheehy. Riley Sheehy coming into today, a .250 hitter, 9 hits and 36 at-bats. And she was 0 for 3 in game number 1. Here's one that she'll bound to second base, and second baseman picks it up, Catherine Brandstrom, and that'll end the Hawkeyes here in the top of the third inning. Hawks get Klosterman on with a single, can't move her around to score her, and so we'll go into the top of the the bottom of the third inning, and the Purdue Boilermakers will have a 1-0 lead. So the Hawks in the field for the third time. They've yielded a run to the Purdue Boilermakers, that back in the first inning. Riley Scott started off with a base hit. He was sacrificed to second and scored on the single by Riley Platusik. And at first pitch to Becca Jones is a ball from Lauren Shaw, the senior out of LaGrange, Ohio. 1 ball and no strikes to Becca Jones, the junior third baseman here. She'll hit one on the end of the bat that'll drive it out to center field. It'll move Bridie Klosterman back a few steps, but she comes up with the catch. And it's out number 1 for Purdue here in the bottom of the third inning. It'll bring up Riley Scott. Riley, very effective, especially in game number 1 today. She had 2 of their 3 hits. And she did score. She was part of that 3-run home run that was hit by Cora Bassett. She, Becker, and Bassett. Here's a pitch that Scott trying to slap it down the foul line. It's amazing the slap hitters, what they can do with that softball. You know, their feet are moving in the batter's box, trying to find that softball where it's at and get a bat on it and place it somewhere. Takes quite a skill to get that done. Here is the 0-1 to Scott. It's down and in, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Lauren Shaw with a big smile. She walks back to the circle thinking maybe she was going to get that call, but doesn't. So she steps back up to Scott. Here is the 1-1, and it's down and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Scott was 0 for 3 yesterday, but again, 2 hits in game number 1 today. And a 3-2 loss, 5-3 loss for Purdue. Here is the 2-1 from Lauren Shaw. Pitch that Scott will lift up into the air, and Ariely Bogar camps underneath it, calls everybody off, and it's out number 2 for the Hawks here in the bottom of the third inning. Rachel Becker will step to the plate. Rachel sacrificed Scott to second in her first at-bat, so she doesn't have an official at-bat. But Rachel has been slugging doubles. She had 5 coming into the weekend, and she's hit 1 in both games so far. Here's the first pitch that she'll foul off of her right instep. Becker was 19 of 38 coming into the weekend. 3 for 7 already today, so 22 of 45. She's just dipped below 500, but she's got 7 doubles, and she has belted a home run on the season. Here's a pitch that's an off-speed pitch that is away from her, so it's a ball and a strike. On the junior shortstop, Rachel Becker. Becker from Lindenhurst, Illinois. Here's the 1-1 from Lauren Shaw. Pitch should hit that outside corner, and it does. Nice spot by Lauren Shaw to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes. Becker leading the Big Ten in hitting coming into the weekend. And that says a lot about her ability to hit the ball. You're leading the Big Ten. Here's a pitch that bounces across the plate, down and away from her, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nia Carter, as we talk about individual hitting in the Big Ten, was 10th in the Big Ten in hitting. And Bassett, who hit the 3-run home run in the last game, 15th. And we're talking about 15th out of 300 players. That's pretty good company there in that top 25. So a foul ball hit down the left field line. The count remains the same at a ball and 2 strikes on Rachel Becker. 2 gone in the Purdue bottom of the 3rd inning. Here is the pitch that she lines foul down the first base, third base line. Getting out of the way is the Purdue first base coach. Boy, she hit that one hard and foul. So she'll remain at the plate with a ball and 2-strike count on her. Working against Lauren Shaw, the senior left-handed pitcher for the Hawks. Here's the 1-2 again. A pitch, an off-speed pitch that Becker will drive out into center field. Does a nice job to hang back on that off-speed pitch. And Rachel Becker with her 4th hit of the weekend. And it's a single. She's on first base, so it'll bring up Cora Bassett. We know what Bassett did in game number 1. She grounded out to Baines in her first at-bat today. She hit a 3-run home run in game number 1. And yesterday was 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. Here's a pitch that's down. Oh, it's called strike 1. Hits that outside corner. Bassett, the second leading hitter on the team at 375, 15 hits coming in. She now up to 16. Again, that 3-run home run. A good blast to left center field in game number 1 that drew the Boilermakers to within 5-3. Here's the pitch at another swing, a strong swing, but missing it. As Lauren Shaw really does a nice job of throwing some off-speed pitch. I think she's got 2 or 3, if not 4, types of off-speed pitches that she can throw. Very beneficial to her. Up in the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Here's a pitch that's up and away from Bassett. She won't chase it. Rachel Becker at first base after just singling. Cora Bassett, the number 3 hitter in the lineup, the sophomore left fielder for the Purdue Boilermakers at the plate. Here's the 1-2 from Lauren Shaw. A pitch that's Bassett will drive out to right field. Coming in to get it is Nia Carter, and a diving catch just in front of the foul line for the out. What a play by Nia Carter. I think she was starting to go back to begin with and realized how short it was. She had to race forward about a half a dozen steps, diving ahead, catching it in her glove, snow coning it, but corralling it, keeping it in her glove. And that will end Purdue here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Nice play by Nia Carter to end the Purdue Boilermakers in the bottom of the 3rd. We go to the top of the 4th inning. It'll be Grace Baines to start it off for the Hawks when play resumes. Well, the Hawks on the road have done themselves a favor by claiming the first 2 games of this 4-game series. No let up here. They could get 3 of 4, maybe take all 4. They've really put together a nice early part of this season. Got together nicely on the road down in Florida. Those two weekends really, I think, helped the Hawks learn about themselves, learn about how to win some games. Currently, the 9-5 record, as we talked about yesterday, could easily be 11-3, if not 12-2, because of some of the games in Florida that Iowa did lose when they really had chances to win. Grace Baines steps to the plate here to begin the top of the 4th inning, and looking at Sydney Bates, looks at strike 1. Baines in her first at-bat flew out to center field. In the opening game, she was 1 for 4 with a run scored. Baines scored the second run of 2 in that fifth inning. Here's a shot out to left field over top of the left fielder, Cora Bassett. Baines around first into second base with a stand-up double. Grace Baines getting the Hawks off to a good start here in the top of the fourth inning with a stand-up double. And for Baines on the season, that is double number 2. Good job by Grace Baines to get the Hawks off on this fourth inning. Her other double came against Michigan State in game number 1 of that doubleheader back on the 28th of February. Here is a pitch to Lindy Milkowski. That was a 2 RBI double back against Michigan State in that first game of that doubleheader. Here is the 0-1 to Lindy Milkowski, strike 2. See, those are 2 games that Iowa lost. Excuse me, no. That was the 6-1 win. Here is the 0-2 to Lindy Milkowski. Hits that outside corner. Nice spot by Sydney Bates. So that's strikeout number 1 for Sydney Bates. And it's the first out of the inning. Now, let me get back to Grace Baines now. So it was a 2 RBI double in the first game against Michigan State back on the 28th, a game in which Iowa won 6-1. So now it's Kalena Burns. Burns having herself quite a weekend as well, 3 for 4 in yesterday's game. And in the first game today, she was 1 for 2 with a run scored. Baines really starting to come along now. She finished the season last year hot and extended that into the first 2 games this year, and then kind of has tapered a little bit. Of course, she's not getting the same kind of pitches she once did. Here's a pitch that she'll chase, and it'll be popped up into the infield, and making the catch from just outside of the circle is Sydney Bates, the pitcher. That was a sky-high pop into the infield by Kalena Burns, who now is 0 for 1. She had hit into a fielder's choice in her first at-bat. Burns was 1 for 3 in game number 1. She had an RBI single, and she also scored a run as well. Here is Marissa Peak. Marissa Peak, she popped up to catcher Kylie Goff in her first at-bat. Here's a hard shot to third base. Nice play by the third baseman for Purdue. Becca Jones fires it across the diamond to the first baseman, Alex Echezarreta. She pulled her off the bag, but Peak hadn't been that far down the first baseline yet, and she was tagged out on an unassisted play. So the Hawks start with a double by Grace Baines and leave her stranded in the next 3 batters. So the Hawks trailing 1-0 as we head into the Purdue bottom of the 4th inning. And when they return to the plate, Riley Platusek, the number 4 hitter, will be at the plate. So the Purdue Boilermakers come to bat. Riley Platusek will step into the batter's box, singled in her first at-bat. Hit a home run in game number 1 yesterday. Had a solo shot. Fouls one back in the first pitch. Lauren Shaw in the circle for the Hawks. Here as we move into the bottom of the fourth inning, Purdue leads at 1-0. Here is the 0-1 that's bounced back to Lauren Shaw. She scoops, wheels, and throws to Kalena Burns for the first out of the Purdue bottom of the fourth inning. Kylie Goff will step into the batter's box. The freshman catcher flew out to Briley Klosterman in her first at-bat. Goff, the .281 hitter coming into the game, to the weekend, 0 for 3 yesterday, and was 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout in game number 1 today. She, the local talent from Harrison High School in West Lafayette, Indiana, just down the street from Purdue University. Fouls one down the first base line on the first pitch from Lauren Shaw. And the second pitch on the 0-1, it's down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike on the freshman, Kylie Goff, fourth leading hitter for Purdue coming into the weekend. Had 9 hits coming in, hasn't done anything productive yet. Her batting average has begun to dip a little bit. Here is the 1-1 from Lauren Shaw, down and in. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 2-1 from Lauren Shaw, the senior out of LaGrange, Ohio. And just before she starts her windup, the home plate umpire with the timeout, I think apparently the batter calls for a timeout. Lauren continued through with her motion. Maybe working a little bit quicker than Goff wanted to mess with here. Now she's back in the batter's box. Here's the 2-1, a pitch that's an off-speed pitch that is scooped up nicely by Avery Guy at shortstop. That was a hard shot, a big hop, one-hopper that Avery Guy had to go to her left to grab. She was able to make it and fired across the diamond to Kalena Burns. And that's out number 2 for the Hawks in this bottom of the fourth inning. So that brings up Alex Echezarreta. Bounce back to Lauren Shaw on her first at-bat. Here is the first offering to her. That's called strike 1 on that outside corner. Purdue scored its only run in the first inning for their first at-bat. Riley Scott singled, sacrificed to second, and then would score on the single by Riley Platusik, and that's where we are at this point. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. Here's a rip at the pitch by Alex Echezarreta. She now quickly down on the count at 0 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2 from Lauren Shaw, a breaking pitch that just over the outstretched glove of Grace Baines at shortstop. So Echezarreta with a 2-out single in the bottom of the fourth inning on at first base. That is the 4th hit yielded by Lauren Shaw in this game. So that'll bring up Caitlin Brandstrom, a freshman second baseman. Caitlin Brandstrom from Portage, Michigan. Here is the first pitch from Shaw. That's up and away from her, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. Runner at first is Alex Echezarreta. Purdue trying to salvage at least a win, and since they've lost the first 2, here's one that's ripped down the first base line and foul. Iowa won yesterday's game 4-2 and won today 5-3. Sarah Lehman picked up the win yesterday. 7 innings, gave up the 2 runs. And Allison Ducey today went 7 innings, gave up 3 runs. Here's an off-speed pitch, nice breaking pitch across the plate, beautiful breaking pitch, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on the freshman Brandstrom, the number 7 hitter in the lineup for the Purdue Boilermakers. Here is the 1-2, and she'll rip it in between Avery Guy and Grace Baines. She got she hit a pitch that was away from her, was able to get the fat part of the bat on and just went with it. And so she rips it out into left field. And that'll bring up Emily Cox, who struck out in her first at bat. No, actually, it's not going to be Emily Cox. We have a pinch hitter for Emily Cox. It is Kendall Chase. Kendall started the last game. Here we are in the bottom of the fourth inning. So Kendall, in the first game today, started as the designated player, had one at bat and nothing from it. And Chase yesterday was 0 for 3. Coming into the weekend, a 167 hitter with just one hit to her credit. With runners at first and second, Caitlin Brandstrom at first, and Alex Echezarreta, I believe, is going to have a pinch runner for her. And the pinch runner is Kirsten George. I believe they got George running for Alex Echezarreta. 1 ball and no strikes on Kendall Chase. Here is the 1-0 to her. And it is Kirsten George running for Alex Echezarreta. Purdue trying to add to that 1-0 lead. Here is the 1-1. A pitch. Does it hit that outside corner? Does not. She doesn't get the call. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Here is the 2-1 from Lauren Shaw to Kendall Chase. Chase, bouncer to second base, picked up by Arilee Bogar, flipped to Kalena Burns, and that ends the Purdue Boilermakers here in the bottom of the fourth inning. They get 2 on, first and second base, but they can't do anything with it. Hawks will come to the plate to start the fifth inning. It'll be Arilee Bogar, Avery Guy, and Bridie Klosterman. Well, to look ahead just a little bit, of course, we've got another game to play tomorrow between Purdue and the Iowa Hawkeyes, and Iowa already has won the first 2 games. Iowa will open up at home for the first time in 2021. The Indiana Hoosiers will come to town next weekend. A single game next Friday that's at 3 o'clock. Doubleheader on Saturday at 1 and 3:30 next Saturday. And then the Hawks will end on Sunday. That's Easter Sunday with a 3 o'clock game. Arilee Bogar begins the top of the fifth inning. Arilee bounced out to first base in her first at bat. Bogar yesterday 0 for 2 and 0 for 2 in game number 1. But again, I don't worry about Arilee Bogar. That girl can play the game. She can fill the role as a hitter. She does well in the field, can run the bases nicely. Just needs to get into that groove. She missed the first weekend of play in Florida back in late February. The Ohio State, Michigan State games. Here's a pitch that hits the inside corner, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. But then she came out, played against Penn State and Maryland in those 6 games, 3 games apiece. Here's the 2-1 to Arilee Bogar, pitch that she hits out into left field. It's driving the left fielder back. Will it be fair? It falls foul. Boy, that was a long hit down the left field line for a left-handed hitter, and it bounced on the warning track. So Arilee able to drive one but foul. Shows the kind of power that she does have. She's even in the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the offering from Sydney Bates, a pitch that airily swings at power against power, and she's down on strikes. So that is the second strikeout for Sydney Bates in this game, and it's against Airily Bogart. I'll bring up Avery Guy. Avery flew out to left field in her first at-bat. Again, the first game she's played since the Ohio State doubleheader back on the 26th of February. Here's the first pitch to her that's up and in on her. A year ago, in the 2020 season, she came out of those games with a 163 average. Here's a pitch that she swings at and will miss. She had 7 hits and 43 at-bats, a couple of RBIs, all singles. Here is the 1-1 to Avery Guy. She laid on the swing. Here is the 1-2 that Avery will pop up. Right to the backstop, Kylie Goff had to chase that ball. It was a very shallow pop out behind the plate that Kylie Goff got after and dives on it to make the catch, and that will knock Avery Guy out of the batter's box. So that's the second out of the inning. Brings up Brodley Klosterman. She singled in her first at-bat. Actually, yes, she singled in her first at-bat, and she looks at strike one. Here is the 0-1. Now it's no balls and 2 strikes. Sydney Bates having a much better outing today than she did yesterday. And the 0-2 pitch to Brodley Klosterman is fouled. So no balls and 2 strikes on the freshman, Brodley Klosterman, a pitch that's down and away. Brodley lays off it, so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs in Iowa's top of the 5th inning. Purdue leads this game by the slimmest of margins, 1-0, scoring their 1 run in the top of the bottom of the first. Here is the 1-2 from Sydney Bates, up and in on Brodley Klosterman, so that evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. From West Lafayette, Indiana, the Purdue Boilermakers hosting the Iowa Hawkeyes. I'm Jerry Koala. Got the broadcast for you the rest of the 21 season. Looking forward to every game from here on out. Here is the pitch. And Kylie Goff thought she got that outside corner. She caught it and she was headed to the dugout, but the umpire says, wait a minute. Doesn't look that good to me. So it makes the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 3-2 from Bates to Klosterman, an off-speed pitch that Brodley gets around on and will foul it off of her instep. She'll remain at bat here in this top of the 5th inning. Briley, 241 hitter coming into the weekend, was 2 for 3 yesterday. Here's a pitch that she'll foul on the right field line. And she had a hit in the first game today with an RBI. So she's beginning to get that sense of hitting here at the Division I level. Batting in the number 9 spot. Playing center field. Here's the 3-2 from Sydney Bates to Brodley Klosterman. A pitch that Briley, again, he'll fight it off, foul it into the backstop. And the count remains the same at 3 balls and 2 strikes. On the season, among all the hits that Klosterman has, and that would be 8. She had a 2-hit game against Penn State in game number 2. Here's another foul that she'll foul behind the backstop. So we've got a full count on Briley Klosterman. Here it is again from Sydney Bates. A pitch that's down and away, and Briley lays off, heads down to first base, and draws a 2-out walk. That'll bring us to the top of the order, and it's Nia Carter stepping to the plate. Nia 0 for 1 today. She sacrificed in her last at bat. Nia Carter for the weekend already. 1 for 4 yesterday, 1 for 3 today. She'll be waiting for the right pitch to hit. Nia Carter, the 10th leading hitter in the Big Ten coming into the weekend at 375. At the plate with Briley Klosterman at first base. Here's the 1-0 pitch to her that she hits right to third baseman. Oh, yes, Becca Jones knocked it down, but she couldn't glove it in time to get Nia Carter. So the hot shot down the third base line will be a single for Nia Carter. And the Hawks still in business with 2 outs. Runners at first and second. We'll see what the official ruling is on that play. Now they're looking at Becca Jones at third base. Because that was a hot shot by Nia Carter. She's going to be okay. She's going to stay on. They're going to give her a chance to make some throws across the diamond. It looks as if it was her bare hand that took the brunt of the impact of that. It was right on, just inside the third base line. She's ready to go. Runners will be at first and second when play resumes, and that'll bring up Riley Sheehy. So Nia Carter credited with a base hit. And for Nia, that's now up to 3 games continued, and the reached base streak, and as well, she's on a 3-game hitting streak. Here's Riley Sheehy at the plate. Sheehy, in her first 2 at-bats today, grounded out to second base and popped up to the pitcher. Coming into the weekend, a .250 hitter, had 9 hits, 2 in yesterday's first game, and none in the first game here. Here's one that's down the third base line from the left-handed hitting Sheehy. 2 for 4 yesterday with an RBI. She started off game number 1 yesterday with a single, scored on the double by Denali Lecker, and then would promptly single in her 4th at-bat in the top of the 6th inning yesterday to score Avery Guy from second base to help the Hawks to that 4-2 win. A little meeting in the circle by the Purdue Boilermakers as they try to figure out strategy with Riley Sheehy at the plate. Briley Klosterman heads back to second base, and Nia Carter will trot back to first as the Hawks looking to try to tie or take the lead here in the top of the 5th inning with 2 outs and Riley Sheehy, the junior from Newtown, Pennsylvania, at the plate. Here is the 1-1, a pitch that's right down the middle. It's strike 2. You don't watch the Iowa hitters look at many pitches. They see those pitches nicely, and at least if it doesn't look good enough to them and close enough, though, they don't want to leave it up to the umpire to make a decision for them. They take a cut at it, will foul it off, and await another pitch. Here's the 1-2 from Bates. It's a dribbler down the first base line to Echezarreta. She picks it up, touches the base, and that will end the Hawks here in the top of the 5th inning. Iowa puts 2 on, can't do anything with them. We head into the bottom of the fifth. It's Purdue 1, Iowa nothing. So in other Iowa sports, we look at the men's tennis team. They lost to Penn State yesterday, 7-0. Runs Iowa's record to 4-8. The Hawks will be at Ohio State tomorrow. The women host Nebraska tomorrow at 11 o'clock. The women are 8-4 in the Big Ten, 8-6 overall. Coming off of wins over Minnesota and Wisconsin last weekend. Track and field is at the Big Ten Invitational number 1 in Bloomington, Indiana. That started yesterday. We'll talk to you about the participants in that. You know, we're talking about the men's team that won the indoor just 2 weeks ago. They won the outdoor 2 years ago. And the women placed third 2 years ago. So this is a pretty good track and field team that head coach Joy Woody has assembled, man. National recognition for them. So Purdue starts off the bottom of the fifth inning with a single by Becca Jones in between Baines and Avery Guy at short and third. I'll bring up the top of the order, and Riley Scott. Been a tough out here today for the Hawks, although she did pop up to Arely Bogar in her last at-bat. Here is the first pitch from Shaw. Here's a bunt right back to Lauren. She'll go to first base for the out. It does advance Becca Jones to second. So it's one gone here in Purdue's bottom of the fifth inning. Rachel Becker will step into the batter's box, a left-handed hitting Becker. She singled in her last at-bat and sacrificed Riley Scott in her first at-bat. Scott would eventually score that back in the first inning. Becker, the leading hitter in the Big Ten coming into the weekend, doubled. And here's one that she'll bound very, very high, but it'll be foul. Becker singled in her first at-bat, or her second at-bat. She doubled. She doubled her seventh double of the year in game number 1 today, but it was harmless. Iowa had a good lead, and although Becker would score on the home run hit by Cora Bassett, it was still too short of Iowa's 5-3 lead. Here is the 0-1 pitch to her that's down and away, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike to the junior shortstop, Rachel Becker, out of Lindenhurst, Illinois. Becker's been a terror for teams in her first 12 games coming into the weekend. She, in the Nebraska series, she was 4 for 8. That included a home run. That's where she hit her home run on this season. A year ago, Becker did not hit a home run. Here's a ground ball right to Arely Bogar. She picks it up, gets it to Kalena Burns. And I'll tell you what, folks, that's a big out. That's a good bat to take out of the lineup to get an out, because she really can do lots of damage. It does move Becca Jones to third, but there are 2 outs. Brings up Cora Bassett. This isn't an easy out either. Hawks will have to be careful with Bassett. She ripped a 3-run home run for the Boilermakers in game number 1, drawing Purdue to a 5-3 game, and that's where we stood at the end of game number 1 here today. Here's a ground ball that, getting to her left, is Grace Baines, but she cannot get Cora Bassett at first base, and that'll score Becca Jones from third. Baines had to go to her left a long ways, make a diving stab at it. She picks it up, she gets it, but had to hop to her feet, and by the time she even had a chance to throw it to first base, Cora Bassett is already there. So Purdue now takes a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Riley Platusek at the plate and looks at ball 1. Hawks will have to get things going in the bottom of the 6th inning. Baines will start it for the Hawks when we get there. But right now, we've got 2 gone here in Purdue's bottom of the 5th inning. Riley Platusek bounded back to Shaw in her first at-bat. Here's an off-speed pitch that's up and in. And she singled in her first at-bat. That single is one that scored their first run, Riley Scott, back in the 1st inning. Platusek, here's the pitch tour that's hit over to Arely Bogart to the left of Shaw and to the right of Bogart, who picks it up, steps on second base for the force out. And that is out number 3 and ends the Boilermakers here in the bottom of the 5th. But they add a run. Makes it 2-0. Purdue heading into the top of the 6th inning. Grace Baines, as I mentioned, will start, followed by Lindy Milkowski and Kalena Burns when play resumes. So the women's gymnastics team at the University of Iowa is in the Tuscaloosa Regional. That's next weekend. The first session will be with Alabama, Arkansas, and Iowa State. And the second session will feature Oklahoma, Auburn, and Missouri with the Iowa Hawkeyes. They're looking to perform well enough to make it to the Nationals, which are in Fort Worth, Texas on April 16 and 17. The top 2 teams of each session will move on to a championship level in the regionals. Grace Baines steps to the plate for the Hawks here in the top of the 6th inning. Here's one that she lifts out to left field, and she drives it foul off the wall, but foul. She got all of that one. What a beautiful day in West Lafayette, Indiana today, folks. It is 70 degrees. 75 degrees. Rain's supposed to move in tonight, but 75 degrees. Tomorrow's supposed to be 66 and sunny. Beautiful weekend for college softball. Here's a pitch that's up and away, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Grace Baines. She doubled in her last at-bat and was stranded at second base. Hawks couldn't move her forward. Iowa trails 2-0. Top of the 6th inning. Here's the pitch that Baines will lift, a shallow fly ball, hit right at center field, and Riley Platusek will make the catch. Riley Scott out there in center field making the catch. Out number 1 for the Hawks here in the top of the 6th inning. Lindy Milkowski steps to the plate. Designated player in game number 2 of this doubleheader. Here's the first pitch as she rips foul down that left field line. It hits third base and bounces back into the infield. Milkowski has been having quite a weekend for the Hawks. In game number 1 today, she was 2 for 2 with a walk, scored a run, and she was 1 for 2 yesterday. Here is the 0-1 to her that she fouls. She wanted to check swing it, but it jammed her and hit off the fist of her bat. She fouls it back into the backstop. Milkowski on a 7-game reached base streak, which includes this one because she walked in her first at-bat. Here is the 0-2. She reaches out, pokes it down the third base line, and a nice play by the third baseman for the Boilermakers, Becca Jones, who fires it across the diamond for out number 2. Kalena Burns now will move into the right-handed batter's box. Kalena 3 for 4 yesterday with an RBI and 1 for 2 in game number 1 of the doubleheader today with a run scored and an RBI. Here's the first offering from Sydney Bates, one that's down and away, an off-speed pitch that Burns tries to go after. Swings at it and misses. Burns has only walked 1 time this season, and all the at-bats that she's had You know what? That was last year. Still only one time. Here's a fly ball out into very shallow center field that Rachel Becker will camp underneath, and that was a very quick inning for the Iowa Hawkeyes. 1-2-3. Hawks haven't been much of a threat here in game number 2. Sydney Bates has kind of shut down the Hawks. They'll have at least one more chance to gain back any runs that they've been giving up to the Purdue Boilermakers, but we got to go into the bottom of the 6th inning. Purdue leading it 2-0, and Kylie Goff, the number 5 hitter, will begin for the Boilermakers when play resumes. Kylie Goff will get it started for Purdue here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Purdue plated a run in the bottom of the 5th inning. Becca Jones started off with a single. She was sacrificed to second, moved to third on a ground out, and then Cora Bassett would promptly single to score her to make it 2-0, and that's where we stand right now. Lauren Shaw has been in the circle for the Hawks. It'll be the 6th time today. She's done a nice job for the Hawks. She's yielded some hits. She's given up 5 hits. Hasn't walked anybody. And 2 runs, both of them earned. Here is the 0-1, and it's a shot right to shortstop Grace Baines, who makes the catch. And that's quickly one out in Purdue's bottom of the 6th inning. I'll bring up Alex Echezarreta. I believe she's going to be stepping into the batter's box. Alex, in her last at-bat, singled, was a pinch run for by Kirsten George that mounted to nothing. Had an inning that Purdue had runners on first and second, couldn't force anybody across, but they did get the 1 extra run in the bottom of the 5th. Here we are at the bottom of the 6th and 1 gone. Alex Echezarreta, here's a shot right into right center field. It's going to go for an extra base. If she can get around first base, she's on her way to second, diving into second base for the double. What a play by Alex Echezarreta. Doesn't have blazing speed, but hit the ball in the gap between Nia Carter and Bradley Klosterman, is able to get to around first and to second base for the double for Alex Echezarreta. Her first double of the season. She didn't have one last year either. And in the 2019 season, she hit 1 double. So it is her second double of her career. And she's at second base with 1 out. Brings up Caitlin Brandstrom. 1 gone. Here's the first offering from Lauren Shaw. A pitch that's hit between Burns and Arely Bogar. Picked up nicely out there by Nia Carter in right field to keep that run from scoring from second base, Alex Echezarreta. And a single to follow the double by Echezarreta brings up Emily Cox. I believe it's going to be Cox. We'll see. Then we're going to have a pinch runner in for So Cox will come to the plate, and there is a pinch runner. Kiera Dillon will be running for, I believe they're moving her to third base. And Cox looks at a first pitch that's ball high. And that is, so Kiera Dillon running for Catherine Brandstrom here in the bottom of the 6th inning. One out. Runners at first and third for Purdue. Kiera Dillon at first, running for Caitlin Brandstrom. And Alex Echezarreta is at third base after she doubled. One gone, and it's Emily Cox at the plate. She is 0 for 2 on the day, a ground out and a strikeout. Here is the 1-1 pitch from Lauren Shaw. Looks like it hit that outside corner. And taking second base is Kiera Dillon. Faking the throw down was Peak, maybe thinking that Echezarreta would try to score from third on it, but Echezarreta doesn't have that kind of speed and goes nowhere. They probably should have tried to throw out Kiera Dillon. But nevertheless, the Boilermakers with runners on second and third. Here is the offering that's blooped right to Lauren Shaw in the circle, and that is a second out, a big out for the Hawks. Here in the bottom of the sixth inning, Becca Jones, the number 9 hitter, will come to the plate. She singled in her last at-bat and scored, scoring Purdue's second run of the game. I believe she's going to be at the plate unless they're going to pinch hit for her. No, Becca Jones is going to be batting for herself. The number 9 hitter, Jones, a 161 hitter coming into the weekend. 0 for 1 yesterday. 0 for 1 in today's first game with a strikeout. And 0 for 3 yesterday. So runners at second and third and 2 outs against Lauren Shaw here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Purdue leading it 2-0. Here is the 1-0 from Shaw. Off-speed pitch, hits that outside corner. Strike one. Nice spot by Lauren Shaw. Needs to try to fool this hitter here, Becca Jones, as both Shaw and Peak looking into the dugout, the Iowa dugout, to get the pitch call from head coach Renee Gillespie. And here it comes. Shaw toes the rubber, the left-handed wind wheel. Here's a shot down the right field line and foul. Jones really took a swat at it, the junior third baseman from Raleigh, North Carolina. So she's down on the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Teammates at second and third. Here comes Lauren Shaw with the pitch to Marissa Peak. Here's a pitch. Does it hit that outside corner? It does not. Very, very close. Lauren Shaw, the big smile on her face, thought maybe she had it. The umpire says no. So we've had 2 balls and 2 strikes on the number 9 hitter in the Purdue batting lineup, Becca Jones, with runners at second and third. Towing the rubbers, Lauren Shaw. Here comes the windup, the pitch, and it's a swing and a miss and a strikeout for Lauren Shaw that halts Purdue in its tracks. But we go into the top of the 7th inning. The Hawkeyes trailing the Purdue Boilermakers 2-0. And when play resumes, it'll be Marissa Peak, Arilee Bogar, and Avery Guy for Hawks to have any kind of chance to either extend this game or take the lead. Well, the Hawks heading into what would be their final chance for the week for this game. Iowa has already won the first 2 games. They won yesterday's game, the single game, 4-2, on a good pitching performance from Sarah Lehman. Iowa won the first game of this doubleheader today, 5-3, producing 5 runs to help out senior pitcher Allison Ducey. But trail here 2-0 heading into the top of the 7th inning, and Marissa Peak at the plate for the Hawks, playing catcher today, the freshman from Wentzville, Missouri, just outside of St. Louis. Peak, a 167 hitter, looks at a pitch that's down and in on her. Hasn't played since the Maryland game, and that's when she pinch hit. That was game number 1 back on the 14th of March. Did nothing there. Her last hit in a game was against Penn State in game number 1 of that doubleheader. Here's one that she lifts out to left field. Is it long enough, far enough? It is! Marissa Peak drives one over the left field fence for a home run for the Iowa Hawkeyes. And the freshman racing around the diamond to get to home plate to greet her Iowa Hawkeye teammates. And run number 1 for the Iowa Hawkeyes in game number 2. There's some life for the Hawks. Marissa Peak with a home run, the first of her Iowa Hawkeye career. And it's a 2-1 game. Great shot by Marissa Peak on a 1-0 pitch. Guessed it right. And for Sydney Bates, that is the first home run of the season she has given up. Arely Bogar steps to the plate. The number 7 hitter. She is 0 for 2 on the day, struck out in their last at-bat, looks at ball 1. 2-1 now, Purdue leading the Iowa Hawkeyes. Marissa Peak with a solo home run over the left field wall. Here's the 1-0 from Bates, and now Bogar drives one down the left field line, but it's foul. That'll even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Hawks prove they can hit the long ball too. Got a number of hitters who can hit it when they connect right. For Peak, that's her first appearance since the Maryland game. Here's a pitch that's down and in on Arely Bogar. She would have had to get a 9-iron to get that one out into the outfield. So she's down on the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 to Bogar, pitch that she fouls off of herself, but she's aggressive and going at it. It was an off-speed pitch. Again, Arely's one hit that she has this year came back in the Penn State game of game number 2, when the Iowa Hawkeyes went 12 innings with the Penn State Nittany Lions and won that game 6-5. That in the bottom of the 12th innings when that triple hit. Here's a pitch that's up and away. Arely would hit a triple to score a Hawkeye in front of her. And then Grace Baines would follow that with a long single, walk-off single, as Bogar would score and win that game in the 12th inning. 2-2 here on Arely Bogar. Here's one that she'll miss, and it's a strike. It's a miss. It's not a foul ball, and Arely Bogar immediately races down to first base, knowing that the catcher did not get it. It was just, lucky for Bogar to be able to get that situation. So it's going to be an error. She gets on first base on the error by the catcher, Kylie Goff. So Avery Guy is the projected batter. We'll see if head coach Renee Gillespie elects to pinch hit for Avery. If it is Avery, she's 0 for 2 on the day. And we'll see what Coach Renee Gillespie is deciding here. Hawks trail it now only 2-1. Marissa Peak blasted a home run here moments ago in the Hawkeye top of the 7th inning. So it will be a pinch hitter. Nope, Avery is batting for herself. That'll be good. Arely Bogar at first base, nobody out. Avery Guy will step to the plate. She's popped up to the second baseman and flown out to left field in her 2 at-bats. Here is the first pitch. She turns squares and bunts. Gets the bunt down. They're going to go to second base and try to get the force, and they get it. Wow. That bunt was bunted right back to Bates. Sydney Bates just picked, wheeled, and threw it, and they just get Arely Bogar at second base. So that's the first out. Avery Guy will go to first on a fielder's choice. And so 1 gone, and it brings up Briley Klosterman. Looks like Denali Lecker is going to be batting. So she'll be batting for Briley Klosterman. Lecker, the freshman from Ogden. So Lecker didn't play in the first game today. Oh, she did, as a matter of fact, excuse me. Played first base and was 1 for 3 with an RBI. Struck out twice. And was 1 for 4 yesterday in the opener in the win, the 4-2 win. Batting here is a pitch that's an off-speed pitch that hits that outside corner. So Denali Lecker batting for Brodley Klostrom, and Lecker, a .233 hitter coming in to today's game. 10 hits. Today's doubleheader, so she has 11. Here's a pitch, hits that inside corner, so it's 0-2 now on Denali Lecker. Runner at first base is Avery Guy. Hawks have got a run here in the top of the 7th on the solo home run by Marissa Peak. Here's the 0-2 to Lecker, a pitch that she'll foul down the right field line. She needs to hang tough in that batter's box. Fight off pitches until she gets the pitch she wants to hit. She got a teammate in front of her, an Avery Guy. Anything in the gap, Guy with enough speed that she can get around the bases and can tie this score. I'm sure that's why head coach Renee Gillespie went with Denali Lecker. Here's a pitch that's on the inside, nearly hitting Lecker. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on the freshman utility player, Denali Lecker. She's played third, she's played first base, and she's also been in the circle for the Hawks in her first year as a Hawkeye. Here's the 1-2, a pitch that she rips down the left field line, and it'll be foul. Boy, she got a pitch to hit, turns on it, rips it foul. So the count remains the same at 1 ball and 2 strikes on Denali Lecker. Here's the 1-2 to Lecker from Sydney Bates, one that she lifts out into right field. And it's a base hit for Denali Lecker out to right field, moving Avery Guy to second base. So Denali Lecker with a base hit. That is her 3rd hit of the weekend. And now we get to the top of the order in Nia Carter. Again with just 1 out. Marissa Peak starts off the top of the 7th with a solo home run. Arely Bogar would get on when the catcher couldn't handle a 3rd strike pitch. She was forced out at second on the fielder's choice of Avery Guy's at bat. And Avery now has been moved to second base on the single by Denali Lecker. So Nia Carter steps to the plate with a teammate at second base and 1 out. Will head coach Renee Gillespie elect to have her bunt, or will she let her swing away? Try to get a base hit, move those runners. And it looks as if Ashley Peters now is going to come in and pitch for the Purdue Boilermakers, and she certainly is. Moving in the top of the 7th inning with just 1 out, so she'll inherit. Well, she'll have at least Avery Guy. She'll have both of these runners, Lecker and Avery Guy. So it'll be lefty against lefty. And in the game that Ashley Peters did pitch on Friday, when she came in the top of the 4th inning, Nia Carter would get a single off her and then pop her up to second base. So it's Nia Carter, the top of the order, leadoff hitter for the Hawkeyes. She looks at ball 1 down and away from Ashley Peters. Now Ashley Peters now is making her 11th appearance. She pitched 6 innings. Here is the pitch to Carter, and it gets into the, yes indeed, nice down the left field line by Nia Carter, and Avery Guy scores from second base. Perfect placement of that hit by Nia Carter. It just bounced in the line over third base and out into left field. And so we got a tie ball game as Avery Guy scores from second base. That moves Denali Lecker to second base. And that puts Nia Carter on first base. And it's Riley Sheehy at the plate for the Hawks. Here's the first pitch to her. That's called strike one on that outside corner. I want to talk about Ashley Peters. She has pitched 24 innings, given up 32 hits, including the 8 yesterday that she gave up to the Hawks. A run yesterday, 13 for the season, now make it 14 as she gives up this run. Imagine that'll go, though, against Sydney Bates. Nevertheless, Iowa has tied the score here in the top of the 7th inning, 2-2, 1 out. Runners at first and second, and the number 2 hitter, Riley Sheehy, at the plate. Here's the pitch to her that's up and in, so it's a ball and a strike. Sheehy, junior from Newtown, Pennsylvania. Coming in a 250 hitter to today's game, 9 of 36. In the first game was 0 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout. Here is the 1-1 to Sheehy. It's up and away from her from Ashley Peters. Now, remember, Peters is just coming in to fill for Sydney Bates. Now, Peters only had her warm-up pitches to get her going here. Now, the pitches that she's thrown, including the one to Nia Carter, that Nia promptly ripped down the left field line to score Avery Guy from second base. To follow Marissa Peak's solo home run. Here's Sheehy with a swing and a foul back down the left field line. 1 out. Oh, what the Hawks can do here with another base hit. At second base is Denali Lecker. At first base is Nia Carter. Sheehy 0 for 3 on the day. Here's a chance to continue this 7th inning. Here's a pitch that she swings at and misses and strikes out. It was a pitch away from her that she really didn't get a good swat at, and she swings and misses. So out number 2 here in this top of the 7th inning. And if Iowa ends here on Grace Bates at bat, they'll at least go to the bottom of the 7th inning and make Purdue produce. Grace Baines at the plate. Here is the pitch to her. Hits that inside corner, so it's strike 1. Grace on the day is 1 for 3. She doubled, in the 4th inning and was stuck there throughout the rest of that at bat. So if she gets the right pitch, she can give it a ride. All they need is a base hit. Here is the offering. Baines will swat at it and trickle it down the left field line, or third base line. So she's down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. But nevertheless, the Hawks have scored 2 here in the top of the 7th inning to tie the score at 2 apiece. Purdue will have to bat no matter what in the bottom of the 7th. Here's Baines, another pitch that jams her, and she's able to get a piece of it and foul it down the left field line, third base line. She remains 0-2 in this at-bat. We'll see if Peters tries to come back with some kind of off-speed pitch, try to throw off Baines. Grace Baines, a freshman from Kansas City, Kansas. Here it is as she swings at it and just dribbled it back to Ashley Peters over to first base to Echezarreta. And that ends the Hawkeyes here in the top of the 7th inning. But Iowa scores 2 to tie the game and force Purdue to come to the plate. When Purdue comes to the plate, it's the top of the order. Riley Scott, Rachel Becker, and Cora Bassett. We'll see if the Hawks can hold them down and get into extra innings. 2-2 as we head into the bottom of the 7th inning. So Purdue comes into the bottom of the 7th inning. The Hawks locked it up at 2 apiece. Scott Riley Scott, the leadoff hitter, center fielder, sacrificed in her last at-bat, flew out in her second at-bat, and singled and scored back in the first. Lauren Shaw in the circle. Here's one that she'll dribble to third base, and Avery Guy. And for whatever reason, Kalena Burns coming down the line, tried to get back to first base. Avery had to wait to get it across the diamond. And so Riley Scott is on first base, and I believe it's going to be an error on Kalena Burns. So the Hawkeye infield talking about strategy here. All Purdue needs to do is score one run. They've got it started here in this bottom of the seventh inning. Rachel Becker will come to the plate. Certainly probably going to have her sacrifice to get Scott in scoring position. Becker had done that earlier in the game, way back in the first inning, when Purdue would score its first and only run at that time. She takes a pitch that's down and in on her. Lauren Shaw in the circle for the Hawks. Getting the pitch from head coach Renee Gillespie. The left-handed hitting Becker. Cora Bassett waits in the on-deck circle. Here is the 1-0, and it's a pitch hit right at Avery Guy. And they're going to double up. Yes, they do. What a great play by Avery Guy. A line drive to her at third base. And she quickly fires it across the diamond to get Riley Scott off of first base. And just like that, the Hawks are out of trouble. The Boilermakers are 2 outs in their bottom of the seventh inning, and it brings up Cora Bassett. But we know what Cora Bassett can do. Hit a 3-run home run in the first game today to draw the Boilermakers to within 5-3. I think it just proved that she can't hit the ball. We'll see it. Lauren Shaw delivers up to her. Here's the first pitch to her that she hits. Drives it out to left field and right at Riley Sheehy. And just like that, the Iowa Hawkeyes take down the Purdue Boilermakers in the bottom of the seventh inning. Well, we go to the top of the eighth inning, and this will be the fifth extra inning game the Hawkeyes have played this year, and Iowa is 4-0 in them all. Their first was a 12-inning game in the win over Penn State back on March 11 in Leesburg, Florida. The second was the third game against Penn State in a 2-0 win in 8 innings. The third was the same weekend, game number 1 against Maryland, in a 1-0 win for the Hawks in 8 innings. And their fourth game was the third game against Maryland that weekend in a 4-3 win in 8 innings. Well, we'll see if we can't do it today in 8 innings as well. They'll have to do it as an on-the-road team, batting in the top of the line, in the top half of the game, and see if the Hawks can do it. Iowa has won 7 of their last 8 games, so they're on a streak here, on a roll. And again, this is just game number 3 of the 4-game series with the Purdue Boilermakers, but you can see the intensity level that is taken. This Iowa Hawkeye softball team, man, they want to win these games and keep that win streak going. That's what they're wearing that black and white for today. So it'll be Lindy Milkowski stepping to the plate. Milkowski grounded out in her last at-bat. Here is the pitch to her that hits that outside corner and strike 1. She struck out back in the 4th, and she walked back in the 2nd inning in her first at-bat and was forced. It was a force out on a ground ball, but Milkowski, definitely capable hitter. On the weekend, she was 2 for 2 in game number 1 today. Yesterday was 1 for 2. So she's got herself a pretty active bat. 2-2, we're in the top of the 8th inning. Nobody out. Milkowski at the plate. Here she lifts one down the right field line and foul. Lindy Milkowski, the number 4 hitter in the lineup, being the designated player in this game. Kalena Burns will be on deck, or is on deck. Milkowski, the second leading hitter for the Hawks at .333 coming into the weekend. Here is the offering to her that she'll swing at and miss. A nice drop ball that gets Milkowski swinging away, and she strikes out. Strikeout, or first out of the top of the 8th inning. And it brings up Kalena Burns. Burns in her last at bat flew out, popped up to shortstop. See if she can't remedy that. She was 3 for 4 yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday. And in game number 1 today, 1 for 2. She's yet to get a hit in this game. She's got herself a hitting streak going. Here is the pitch to her that she reaches out and pokes it foul. So no balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore from Corona, California, Kalena Burns, and she won't chase a pitch that Ashley Peters tries a pitch to the outside, down and away. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on the first baseman. Here's the pitch that she'll lift fouled on the right field line. Doing a nice job of fighting off pitches. Marissa Peak is on deck. Here is the 1-2 pitch again from Ashley Peters. Ashley Peters, also a sophomore. She's from Lafayette, Indiana, or Lafayette as well, but not West Lafayette. There's Lafayette and there's West Lafayette. She from Lafayette. So 2 balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore first baseman, Kalena Burns. Here's the pitch to her. Oh, she reaches out there and tries to hit a pitch that's outside of the strike zone, and she strikes out. Anxious, a little over anxious perhaps. Just a learning experience. Marissa Peak now will step to the plate. She homered in her last at bat in the Hawkeyes' 7th inning, part of the 2 runs they needed and scored in that 7th inning to tie the game to put it into extra innings. Here's a pitch that's check swing strike for Marissa Peak. A pitch that was kind of a drop away from her, tailed away. She reached down to take a swing at it, and then she decided she didn't want to swing, but it was too late by then. She's down to the count at no balls and a strike. Here's a pitch to her that's a breaking pitch across to her. It looked outside, but it broke right across the plate. So she's down to the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Top of the 8th inning, we're tied at 2s. 2 gone in the Iowa at bat. Here's the 0-2 from Peters, a pitch that Peak will lift out into right field, and she will make it to first base on a base hit. Back-to-back hits for Marissa Peak, and although this one just a single, it's just as important. It brings up Arilee Bogar. See if Arilee can get something going here. She reached first base on an error by the catcher, Kylie Goff, who couldn't handle the 3rd strike pitch. Got away from her, and Arilee able to sprint down to first base. So she's got Marissa Peak in front of her. Here's Arilee, a pitch that she lifts just over the outstretched glove of the second baseman, and that moves Marissa Peak to second base. Nice hit by Arilee Bogar on the first pitch. And for Arilee, her second hit of the season. And the first hit for her since the second game of the Penn State series back on March 11. Brings up Avery Guy. So Zoe Schulte is going to come in and run for Marissa Peak. So she'll come in and pinch run here in the top of the 8th inning for Marissa Peak. There are 2 out. Bogar will remain at second. Avery Guy is at the plate for the Hawks. Avery singled in her last at-bat. It looks like D. Ray Mayhew is going to be grabbing a bat. Donnie Ray Mayhew is going to come in and bat for Avery Guy. So D. Ray Mayhew comes in. She doesn't have any batting stats at all. 7 at-bats, but no hits on the season. She was the junior college player of the year 3 years ago before coming to the University of Iowa. She can swing a mean bat if she gets the right pitch. Here's a pitch that's down and away from her. So it's 1 ball and no strikes. Two gone for the Hawks. A ball and no strikes on Donnie Ray Mayhew. Here it is to her. She'll look like she wanted to swing. She held off, but it's called strike 1. Last year, she was 3 of 27. No extra base hits. This season, 7 at-bats, no hits. She played in the first weekend, game 1 against Ohio State, both games against Michigan, 1 game against Michigan State, and then game 1 against Maryland. So that's the last time she's played, is in the Maryland series. And she takes a swing at this latest pitch and is down in the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2, a pitch that's down and away from her. Nice, good eye by Donnie Ray Mayhew. Again, she's pinch hitting for Avery Guy. Got runners at first and second. Zoe Schulte running for Marissa Peak at second base. Arely Bogar is at first. Here's D. Ray Mayhew. Will pop one back to the backstop. It'll bounce off the press box and be retrieved by Goff, the catcher, and back out to Ashley Peters. See if D. Ray Mayhew can get a hold of one here, put it into play. Get these people running. 2-2, top of the 8th, 2 outs, and the Hawkeye at bat. Here's the pitch, and Donnie Ray Mayhew will swing and miss, and that ends the Hawkeyes' top of the 8th inning. And so coming to the plate will be the Purdue Boilermakers. They'll start with their number 4 hitter, Riley Platusik. 1 play resumes. So here we go in the bottom of the 8th inning. It'll be Riley Platusik facing Lauren Shaw. 2-2. Here's a pitch that Platusik will hit out to right field, and it's a base hit just in front of Nia Carter. So Platusik getting things going for the Purdue Boilermakers here in the bottom of the 8th inning. That's the 8th hit yielded by Lauren Shaw in this game. So it brings up Rachel Becker. No, excuse me, not Rachel Becker. Kylie Goff, the freshman catcher, the number 5 hitter, 0 for 3 on the day, turns bunts right back to Shaw. She'll get it over to Arely Bogar at first base. It does move the runner to second on the sacrifice. 1 gone, and it brings up Alec Echezarreta. Zaretta doubled in her last at bat, singled in the previous the bat in front of that, so she's 2 for 3 on the day. And with a runner in scoring position and the way she's been hitting the ball, see if the Hawks can put an end to it right here. Here's the first pitch from Shaw, a pitch that's out and away, so it's ball 1. Again, the Hawkeyes are 4-0 in extra inning games. Had their chance in that top of the 8th inning. Had a couple runners on, just couldn't push them across. Here's the 1-0. It's called strike 1 on that outside corner, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. To Zaretta, junior from Reston, Virginia. Her only batting statistics she's getting are right here this weekend. Here is the 1-1 to her. It's an off-speed pitch that's down and away. And Zaretta, again, has been mostly in pitching roles here for Purdue. So she's just getting her at-bats here. Here's one that she'll ground over to Baines. Baines across the diamond, and Burns was pulled off of the base and reaches out and had to take Zaretta, but does so. So it's 2 gone in Purdue's bottom of the 8th inning. That'll bring up Caitlin Brandstrom. She's at least the scheduled batter. So Brandstrom will re-enter. Kiera Dillon had pinch run for her back in the bottom of the 4th. 2 outs. Brandstrom has 2 singles today and a ground out, so she's 2 for 3. Has a teammate in scoring position in Riley Platusik. Here's the pitch from Lauren Shaw, and Brandstrom will drive it. Actually, it's a high pop-up to the infield, and Lauren Shaw didn't have to move very far from the rubber to grab that, and that ends Purdue here in the bottom of the 8th inning. We go into the top of the 9th inning, and it'll be probably Briley Klosterman, if not Denali Lecker. Not quite sure what head coach Renee Gillespie will do, but we're at the number 9 hitter, then we're at the top of the order for the Hawks. See if they can't come up with a run or two here to put this game away. So Briley Klosterman will re-enter and assume her 9th position in the batting lineup. Here's one that she'll lift down the left field line. It'll drift foul. She was pinch hit for by Denali Lecker, who promptly hit a single back in the 7th. Iowa scored 2, couldn't get that 3rd run across. Klosterman herself has walked and singled and is at the plate here in the top of the 9th inning. Here is the 0-1 that's up and away from her. Ashley Peters is in the circle for Purdue in relief of Sydney Bates. So 1 ball and 1 strike on the freshman Briley Klosterman, the number 9 hitter in the lineup. Here is the 1-1 that she swings at and can't connect with. So she's down on the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Freshman center fielder from North Liberty. Prepping at Iowa City Liberty High School all 4 years, 5-year softball player. Here's a pitch that just off the corner. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kylie Goff was looking to rip that ball down to third base, hoping the umpire would help her out with a strike call, but doesn't get it. So it's a 2-2 count on Briley Klosterman. We got a 2-2 ball game. Here's the pitch to Klosterman, and she'll foul it off the left instep of Kylie Goff. That's twice she's been riddled with foul balls in this game. Got to hurt a little bit. Brings out Boo D'Oliveiro. But she's all right. Waves everybody off. Just a little bruise. It'll go away. Count remains the same at 2 balls and 2 strikes on the freshman Briley Klosterman. Here it is. Pitch that she'll lift out to left field, and it just gets over the outstretched arms of Rachel Becker for another base hit for Briley Klosterman. So it's her second hit of the game. She's at first base, nobody out, and it brings up Nia Carter. Now, will head coach Renee Gillespie ask Carter to lay down a bunt? My guess is yes. Get Klosterman moved to second base. But she's got to be able to get it down on the ground. Here is the pitch that she swings at. And they get the force at second. So they get a force out. And Nia Carter will be on base with a fielder's choice. Riley Sheehy will step to the plate. Sheehy with a .250 average coming into the series. 2 for 4 in yesterday's game and 0 for 3 in game number 1 today. She did walk in the first game today, also with a strikeout. She's got a teammate at first base in Nia Carter. See if Riley can move her around. Here's the pitch to her. Looked like she wanted to bunt it, pulls the bat back, and looks at ball 1. One ball and no strikes on the junior left fielder, Riley Sheehy. Came out of last year's pandemic-shortened season nicely. Here she lays down a bunt in front of home plate, called foul. That was very close. The ball did not get out into the field of play. You can't review the play. To me, and on this angle here that we have, it looked as if that ball may have gotten out into the field of play, even though maybe in the batter's box as the catcher picked it up, but the umpire ruled it foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Sheehy turns to bunt again, pulls the bat back to a pitch that's up and away from her, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. I was saying, coming out of last year, she was a .375 hitter, 12 of 32. When the pandemic hit and halted everything, had a double and a triple as part of her 12 hits. 5 runs batted in. See if she can't do something here. She lays the bunt down and is picked up by the third baseman. And they get her if the first baseman can hang on to it. It was a ball that was thrown to her that bounced to her. But more importantly, as Becca Jones had to dive for that ball, the third baseman, well, then she has to get up off the ground up to her knees and try to fire one over, which she did. And it was in time, but just unable to be handled by the first baseman. So that'll move Nia Carter to second. And my guess is it's going to be an error on the first baseman for Purdue. So with one out, Iowa has runners on first and second, and Grace Baines will step to the plate. There's just one out, and the score is tied at 2. We're in the top of the 9th inning. Boo D'Oliviero has that softball team all gathered around here right in the middle of that circle. Trying to discuss strategy here. Brody Klosterman started the inning off with a base hit. Then she was forced at second on the sacrifice fielder's choice that Nia Carter tapped back to to first baseman Etcha Zaretta. And now Riley Sheehy gets on base after the error on first baseman can't handle the throw from Becca Jones, and so Grace Baines now tries to lay down a bunt. Bunts it foul, so she's down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. But runners are at first and second for the Hawks. So Riley Sheehy was credited with a single. And here's Baines with a pitch that gets off of the leg of Dylan Goff. Now they've got a Hawkeye in rundown. Oh, they're not going to be able to get anybody. Boy, Iowa gets out of that easily. Nia Carter straight off second base too far, and Sheehy was all the way down to second base. And so once Purdue starts throwing the ball around the infield, they let Sheehy get back to first base, and Etcha Zaretta from first base chasing at Carter. Throws it to the second baseman too late. Carter dives into second safely, so no harm done, and runners at first and second. Here's Baines at the plate in a 1-1 pitch as she fouls into the Hawkeye dugout. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Baines' batting average coming into today was 136. She was 1 for 4 in that first game, but very capable of putting the ball in play. Here's the 1-1, the pitch to her that she hits on a ground ball, and to the left side, it's Jones. Wait a minute. Oh, so Baines is still at the plate. Must have hit. All right, so a foul ball was called. It must have kicked off of her foot then is what I'm thinking. Here's another one to Jones. She'll touch third and try to fire across the diamond for a double play, and Nia Carter will slide into third and make some contact with her, but nevertheless. So we got 2 outs now as Nia Carter is forced at third. It does move Sheehy to second. Now the umpires are going to get together, and they're going to discuss whether or not Nia Carter interfered with Becca Jones' ability to go to first base. I'm thinking they're going to call her out. Well, they do not do that. So Lindy Milkowski will come to the plate. So Baines on first with a fielder's choice. Sheehy at second, and it brings up Lindy Milkowski. All the Hawks need is a base hit here. Here's the pitch from Peters, and this pitch is down and away. Been a weird 9th inning, folks, but a fun one. 2-2, 9th inning. This is the 5th extra inning game the Hawks have played this season, and they've won the first 4. Here's Milkowski. Fouling one after being jamming her. She fouls it into the backstop. So it's a ball and a strike on Lindy Milkowski, the designated player in this game. She is 0 for 4, 0 for 3 with a walk. Lindy Milkowski, 1-1. She, the freshman from Olathe, Kansas. Here's the pitch that's inside on her, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. See if Lindy Milkowski can put this thing in play, find a gap in the outfield somewhere. Here's the 2-1 from Ashley Peters. And she hits it, and it's just a bloop infield hit to Emily Cox at second base, and that'll end the Hawks here in the top of the ninth inning. So the Hawks get runners on but can't get them across, and we'll go into the bottom of the ninth inning. Purdue tied at 2s. Purdue will send Emily Cox and Becca Jones to the plate when play resumes. So the Hawks on defense again. Lauren Shaw remains in the circle. This will be the bottom of the ninth inning for her. As the Hawks get into another extra inning game, Purdue will send Emily Cox to the plate, the number 8 hitter. She is 0 for 3 on the day. See if she can't get things started for the Purdue Boilermakers. Here is the pitch to her. It's a pitch that's inside, and it hits her on the left elbow. So right away, batter hit by a pitch. As Emily Cox will send Becca Jones to the plate. Jones singled in between a strikeout and a flyout. The number 9 hitter. Purdue only needs 1 run here to win this game. Here's the offering. Pitch that is bunted and bunted foul. So Sarah Lehman won the first game that was an extra inning game. Here is the 0-1. That's called strike 2. Pitch down the middle. Actually, it was Allison Ducey. That was the 12-inning game against Penn State. And then the next day, Sarah Lehman would win in the 2-0 win over Penn State in 8 innings. The Maryland 8-inning game was a win by Allison Ducey. Here's a pitch that's up and away. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. And then the third game against Maryland, back on the 14th of March, that was a Sarah Lehman win. So Lehman and Ducey have shared the wins. Here's the pitch, or hit that out to Riley Klosterman. She came in on it originally, then had to turn and run to track it down. And you could see that she's praying now that she was able to get it done right, but she was on her way in, and then she realized that ball was going over her head. Somehow she snagged it to make it the first out of the inning. It leaves a runner at first, and Emily Cox, who was just hit by a pitch. So Riley Scott now at the top of the order for the Purdue Boilermakers at the plate. She grounded out. Actually, she got on an error in her last at bat. Here's one she lifts out into the outfield. Riley Klosterman had it in her glove as she dives for it and can't come up with it. She had to dive for it, and it bounces off of her glove. And so Riley Scott is on first base. It does move Emily Cox to second with 1 out, and now it's Rachel Becker at the plate. Will Boo D'Oliviero elect to have her bunt to move the players forward, or will she let Becker hit away? And it looks as if head coach Renee Gillespie is going to make a switch in the circle. She's going to bring in Sarah Lehman to pitch for Lauren Shaw. So Lauren Shaw is here into the 9th inning. She'll go an 8 1/3. And head coach Renee Gillespie is out there talking with this Hawkeye infield. It is going to be Sarah Lehman. So Sarah, through game 1 and through 7 innings, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, and an earned run, walked 2, struck out 3, faced 27 batters, and threw only 90 pitches. So she should be very fresh. Should be something different for Purdue to look at. But the thing is, for Sarah, she has to be on target with her pitches immediately. Really no margin for error here as she's getting her warm-up pitches. Sarah Lehman will come in. She 5-1 on the season, making her 7th appearance. She has thrown 6 complete games. She's pitched 43 innings. She has the most pitches or most innings pitched by a Hawkeye pitcher this year. Has given up 24 hits, 10 runs, 7 of them earned, thus the 1.14 ERA, 12 base on balls, and she has struck out 28 batters. And it looks as if Lindy Milkowski now will come in to catch Sarah Lehman for Marissa Peak. So I don't know if that'll move Marissa Peak to the designated player. I don't think that, because Milkowski bats 4th in the lineup, so she'll remain 4th, but as the catcher, Peak will come out. We'll see who they have bat for Marissa Peak in the lineup when the Hawks come to bat in the top of the 10th, if we get there. Purdue with 2 runners on, 1st and 2nd, and 1 out. Sarah Lehman has assumed the circle for the Hawks. Here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And Lindy Milkowski has come in to catch. So that'll bring up Rachel Becker. Rachel Becker flew out to third base in her last at bat. Here is a hit to the right side, Arilee Bogar, and she flips it over to Kalena Burns to end. So Bogar is able to tag Riley Scott and then flip it over to Burns at first base for the double play. Nice play by Arilee Bogar. Headsy play. A bouncing ball to her, able to tag the runner and then throw it to first base to get the double play. So we're through 9. We go into the top of the 10th inning. The Hawks will have Kalena Burns, Marissa Peak, who was just removed from the game. Maybe we'll go to the designated player, and Arilee Bogar coming to the plate. So Kalena Burns will step to the right-handed batter's box for the Iowa Hawkeyes here in the top of the 10th inning. Iowa had to score 2 in the top of the 7th to tie the game. To move it into extra innings, and then neither team really has been able to neither team has pushed any runs across in these extra innings. We'll see what Kalena Burns can do here. Here's a bunt that she lays down, first base line, and Echezarreta charging down the line, picks it up and throws it over to Cox for the first out of the top of the 10th inning. It'll bring up Marissa Peak. Peak homered in that 7th inning to get the Hawks started, and then they would get Avery Guy to score. Here's a pitch that's down and in. No balls, or 1 ball and no strike to Peak. Here's the pitch to her. That is strike 1. One ball and 1 strike to the freshman from Wentzville, Missouri. Here's the offering from Peters, a pitch that she'll bounce off of her foot and off of the catcher too. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Marissa Peak. Top of the 10th inning, we're tied at 2s. Hawks at the plate. 1 out, and it's Marissa Peak. Here is the 1-2 that is an off-speed pitch she gets out in front of, but is able to foul it back and remain at the plate. Marissa's caught this game through 9 innings and was just replaced in the last half inning for the Purdue at-bat by Lindy Milkowski when Sarah Lehman came in and 1 pitched to end Purdue's at-bat. Here's Peak, rips 1 down the left field line and foul. Well, 1 ball and 2 strikes on the freshman Marissa Peak. Here's the offering from Ashley Peters. It's a pitch that Peak will bounce right back to Peters. She looks the runner back to second base, or to third base. That is Milkowski. She's able to get the out at first base, but Milkowski is at second, or at third, excuse me. So with 2 outs, it's Arilee Bogar at the plate. A base hit will get a run. For the Hawks, Ashley Peters in the circle for Purdue, and Bogar swings and misses. So no balls and 1 strike. Arilee singled in her last at-bat. She was part of that tandem on base when the bottom of the 8th inning ended. She's down in the count here at no balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Peters. And Arilee will just dribble it right back to Ashley Peters. She'll underhand it over to Echezarreta. And that'll end the Hawks here in the top of the 10th inning. So we got the bottom of the 10th inning coming up. It'll be Cora Bassett, Riley Platusik, and Kylie Goff, 3, 4, and 5 for Purdue when play continues. So Rachel Becker will go to second base as we are in the extra innings protocol for Division I softball, all of college softball. And so that'll bring up Cora Bassett. Cora Bassett steps to the plate. The infield is down. First and third base are way down. Sarah Lehman in the circle. Lindy Milkowski at the plate, behind the plate. And here's the first pitch. That's a ball. Cora Bassett on the day is 1 for 4. Cora Bassett slugged a home run, a 3-run home run in the first game that Iowa won 5-3. Here's the pitch. That's down and in again, so it's 2 balls and no strikes. Rachel Becker begins at second base. She was the last out of the last at-bat for Purdue, so she required to go to second base. Here is the 2-0, a pitch that's again down and in. And Sarah not able to hit that spot. So Bassett is up in the count at 3 balls and no strikes. We'll see if Boo D'Oliviero gives her the green light to hit that pitch. She knows it's going to be coming right down the middle. Here is the offering from Sarah Lehman, senior pitcher from Iowa City. A pitch that is ball 4. And so we got runners at first and second. Nobody out. So Riley Platusik, the junior center fielder, is on. She singled in her last at-bat. She has 2 singles on the day. She's 2 for 3 with a fielder's choice. Now head coach Renee Gillespie out in the circle talking with that infield. They got to knock that ball down. Got to try to get the lead runner for a force, but get an out anyway. And if things can fall into place, make it a strikeout for Sarah Lehman. Sarah in the game yesterday had just 3 strikeouts in the game, but she pitched very well. Got some good defensive help from the teammates. So Burns is down the line at first base, as is Avery Guy about halfway down at third base. Here's the pitch to Platusik, and she fouls it back. Even the outfield is playing in a little bit. Can't play in too far. Got to try to get to anything that's hit into gaps and quickly. Here is the 0-1 pitch that's lifted into the infield. It's Arely Bogar will be an infield fly rule. So Bogar will make it out number 1 and bring up Kylie Goff, the freshman catcher, who is 0 for 3 with a sacrifice. Tied at 2s, bottom of the 10th inning. Purdue at the plate with runners at first and second. Becker started at second base, as the extra innings guidelines ask for. Here's one that she hits out to right field, and it's caught by Nia Carter, and they're going to double up. Great play. They're going to double up Corey Bassett at first base. A line drive out to Nia Carter, and she's running in, and Burns is at first base, and Cora Bassett strays off way too far, and as soon as Nia Carter catches it, she fires it to first base to catch Cora Bassett straying off too far, and they get her at first, the 3rd out of the inning, and the Hawks will be coming to bat in the top of the 11th. For the Hawks in the top of the 11th, it'll be Avery Guy, Briley Klosterman, and then top of the order. We'll see if they can't produce some runs. So here we go in the top of the 11th inning. Tied at 2s. Avery Guy will step to the plate. Avery was pinch hit for in the 8th inning by Donnie Ray Mayhew, who struck out. Avery would get on in the 7th inning and score the second run of the 2 on a fielder's choice while she was on a single by Denali Lecker, but she got on the fielder's choice. So her day is 0 for 2 is Avery Guy. We'll see what she can do against Ashley Peters. Turns, bunts it down the first base line, and picking it up and firing it over to so one down. Arilee Bogar, who started at second, now at third base on the sacrifice. So it brings up Bridie Klosterman. She is 3 for 3 with a walk today. Here's one that she lifts out into the outfield, and is it going to score? It'll score. Arilee Bogar from third base. Here's the throw to home, and it's well off the mark, and Arilee Bogar will score for the Hawks on the sac fly. So it's a 3-2 lead for the Hawks here in the top of the 11th inning. And it brings up the top of the order in Nia Carter. 2 gone, nobody on base. Hawks do get that run across to make it 3-2 Iowa. In the 11th, here's Nia Carter. She'll bunt and bunt it foul to try to get on base. When Purdue comes to bat in the bottom of the 11th, they'll have batters 6, 7, and 8 to deal with for the Hawks defense. Here's the 0-1 to Nia Carter, and she rips one right to short. And the line drive is caught by Rachel Becker, who was playing a little bit shallow. And that'll end Iowa here in the top of the 11th. But the Hawks do get a run and lead this game 3-2 as we head into the bottom of the 11th inning. So the University of Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball team ended their season this afternoon in the Sweet 16 against the top-seeded, the number 1 ranked Connecticut Huskies. It was a 92-72 score, but the Hawks gave a valiant effort in the loss to end their season. But they had a terrific season, and they look forward to having good seasons down the road with the returning talent that they do have and the recruiting classes that are coming in for head coach Lisa Bluter. Men's tennis lost to Penn State at Penn State yesterday, 7-0. They're at Ohio State tomorrow. The Iowa women's tennis team hosts Nebraska tomorrow at 11. And the track and field team in their outdoor season begins at the University of Indiana. It's the Big Ten Invite number 1. We'll have more results for you tomorrow after today's events. Most of them, if not all of them, were today. Here is the first pitch to Echezarreta. Kylie Goff is at second base to begin this at-bat for the Purdue Boilermakers. She was the last out in the 10th inning. Echezarreta, though, has had a nice game. She's 2 for 4. Squeezed a couple of singles in between 2 groundouts. Here is the 0-1 to her from Sarah Lehman. She lifts one out to left field, and it's deep, and it is off the wall. Now to bounce back in, it's going to score a run, and that will tie the ball game. Both Sheehy and Klosterman chasing it to the wall, hits the wall, bounces between them, and rolls back towards the infield. And Sheehy would finally get to it, but not until Alex Zaretta hits the double. And it scored Kylie Goff. That was a nice hit by Alex Echezarreta. She hit it a long ways. It didn't go over the wall, but it hit at the mid part of the wall, and it rolled between both Klosterman and Sheehy. And so it brings up Caitlin Brandstrom. Nobody out. Here's one that she hits down the right field line. It'll go foul. So we got a 3-3 ball game here in the bottom of the 11th inning, and right away, Purdue attacks as Echezarreta with a double. She's on second base. I'm surprised that they're not trying to bunt Brandstrom to move Echezarreta to third base, but they're going to let her swing away. 0-1, here's the pitch from Sarah Lehman in relief of Lauren Shaw. And it's a pitch that bounces into the hands of Lindy Milkowski. 3-3, bottom of the 11th inning. Purdue at the plate, runner at second. They've got a run in, and a 1-1 count on the freshman, Caitlin Brandstrom. Here's the 1-1 from Lehman. Here's a pitch that's fouled down the little third base line and will just get into the Purdue dugout. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Caitlin Brandstrom. Runner at second base is Alex Echezarreta. Sarah Lehman in the circle for the Hawks. Lindy Milkowski now behind the plate for Marissa Peak. And a 1-2 count on Brandstrom. Here is the 1-2. It's a pitch that she lays off, a pitch that's up and in on her. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on the freshman Brandstrom. Now remember, Iowa has won the first 2 games of this 4-game series. Certainly want to win this one as well. I want to win them all. They've been doing the best they can, but Iowa has got the first 2 games of the series tucked away. And Purdue really trying to salvage a win here heading into Game 4 tomorrow. Here's one that has popped up right at home plate. And Milkowski was turning around, turning circles, and just in foul territory outside the right-handed batter's box. Can't come up with the catch. So that will leave Brandstrom at the plate with a 2-2 count on her. Those things are straight up. Boy, and has tried to zero in on that to try to get up underneath it and catch it. It was a very, very high pop foul that Milkowski had a shot at but doesn't get it. Here's one again. It's a pop-up that goes this time back behind the backstop. And now we'll roll down. You see Milkowski catching it there. And so the count remains the same at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Echezarreta at second base. Nobody out in Purdue's bottom of the 11th. They've tied it already at 3s. Putting the pressure on the Hawks here to get them out of the inning. Here's the 2-2 from Sarah Lehman. A pitch that is popped up again. This time it's Avery Guy at third base, and she will make the catch. So out number 1 for Iowa here in the bottom of the 11th. And Emily Cox comes to the plate. See, again, it surprises me that they wouldn't try to bunt Echezarreta to third base. So Cox comes to the plate. She was pinch hit for in the 4th inning, so she is 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch. And now Lindy Milkowski will come out and talk to Sarah Lehman in the circle. Echezarreta at second base after hitting a double to knock in Rachel Becker. And the ball ricocheted off the wall, rolled back towards the infield, allowing Echezarreta to get to second. Here's a pitch, hits that outside corner. So it's strike 1. No balls and 1 strike on Emily Cox, a sophomore, second baseman for the Boilermakers. Here's the 0-1 from Sarah Lehman. A pitch that's outside, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. On Emily Cox. No stats, no batting average to speak of. She had 6 at-bats coming into the weekend. Here is the 1-1. She turns to bunt and goes after it. doesn't connect with it. Milkowski catches it, so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cox did start at second base in game number 1 today, went 0 for 2 with a walk. Now she's down on the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes to Sarah Lehman. Here's the 1-2 from Lehman, and it's a pitch that's lifted foul back behind the backstop. So Cox will remain in the batter's box. This game approaching 3 hours. The 12-inning game against Maryland was 3 hours and 5 minutes a few weeks ago. Here's the 1-2 from Lehman, a pitch that is fouled back again. Cox hanging tough at this at-bat. 1 out, 3-3. Runner at second base for the Purdue Boilermakers. Bottom of the 11th inning. Emily Cox at the plate, facing Sarah Lehman. Here is the windup and the pitch from Lehman. It's a pitch that's ripped down the third base line and foul. So Sarah Lehman ahead in the count here, 1 ball and 2 strikes. We'll see what she comes up with here. Here's the 1-2 from Sarah Lehman. And it's a pitch that hits that inside corner, and it's called strike 3. So Emily Cox will strike out. It's out number 2 here in the bottom of the 11th, and it brings up Becca Jones. Jones, the number 9 hitter, is 1 for 3 on the day. She singled and scored back in the 5th, giving Purdue the 2-0 lead that Iowa would tie in the top of the 7th to make it 2-2. And here we are in extra innings in the bottom of the 11th. Becca Jones, the number 9 hitter, facing Sarah Lehman. Here's the pitch from Lehman, a pitch that's down and away. So it's ball 1. Alex Etra-Zaretta at second base. She hit in Rachel Becker with a double to tie the ball game at 3. That's where we stand at this point. 1 ball and no strikes on Becca Jones. Here's the pitch from Sarah Lehman, a pitch that Jones will lift out to left field, and it's Riley Sheehy making the grab, and the Hawkeyes get out of what looked like a dangerous inning when Boilermakers had a runner at second base, nobody out, and it tied the ball game. Iowa able to get 3 outs in a row, and we go in now to the top of the 12th inning with the score tied at 3. Iowa, when they come to bat, will have Riley Sheehy, Grace Baines, and Lindy Milkowski to the plate. Nia Carter will start at second base for the Hawks. So here we go in the top of the 12th inning. Both teams will bat here in the 12th. Nia Carter will start at second base for the Hawks. She's the last out of the 11th for the Hawks. That'll bring up Riley Sheehy. My guess is they'll try to bunt Nia to third. Get her home. Sheehy on the day. She singled in her last at bat. She is 1 for 5 on the day. Here is the first pitch to her, and the bunt look calls strike 1 on that outside corner. Riley Sheehy, junior from Newtown, Pennsylvania. Here is the 0-1 to her, and she'll reach out and bunt it down the third base line and foul, just foul. So we got no balls and 2 strikes now on Riley Sheehy. My guess is they'll probably still have her bunt. Try to move Nia Carter. But we'll find out. There's no force in play here, so perhaps she can get a pitch to drive, but she's probably not going to get a good pitch to hit. Here's the pitch that she does take a swing at and rips it down the left field line. Just trying to get the bat on something. So 0-2 on the junior, Riley Sheehy. Grace Baines is on deck. See if Riley can get a base hit, knock in Nia Carter. Here is the pitch that she'll hit to the left side, the shortstop. Becker quickly picks it up. She gets Nia Carter back to second base, so she can advance. And that's out number 1 here in the 11th inning, or the 12th inning, excuse me, for the Hawks. And it brings up Grace Baines. Baines on the day with a base hit, 1 in 4. And she's got a fielder's choice. Here is the first pitch to her, and a pitch that she'll lift to the outfield. It's going to put Nia Carter, and it gets past the center fielder. Carter is going to come around third base, and they're going to get her to score as she does on the slide. And the center fielder out there, Riley Scott, had a chance to get it, but it glances off of her glove as she falls to the ground. And Nia Scott scores from second base. That's a nice hit there by Grace Baines. We'll see how they rule it. And that'll bring up Lindy Milkowski, who will hit one out to the left side. And it's caught out there in left field by Cora Bassett. It does move Grace Baines to third, who went to second on that hit. And I guess it's a single. But she moved to second as the ball squirted away from the center fielder. So now with 2 outs, it brings up Kalena Burns, Iowa leading 4-3. Here's the pitch to Burns. She hits one, the ground ball to Rachel Becker across the diamond. And that ends the Hawkeyes here in the top of the 12th, but Iowa does get one. The Hawks lead this game 4-3. And when we come back to play in the bottom of the 12th inning, it'll be the top of the order for the Purdue Boilermakers. Riley Scott, Rachel Becker, Cora Bassett. Becca Jones will start at second base. And we'll see what Purdue can do with it. So we head into the bottom of the 12th inning. The Purdue Boilermakers will have the top of the order step to the plate. Riley Scott, Rachel Becker, Cora Bassett. Riley Scott on the day. This will be her 6th at-bat. Singled in her very first at-bat and scored back in the first inning. Had a sacrifice at her 3rd at-bat. She flew out once, and she's grounded out twice. She has teammate Becca Jones at second base. Sarah Lehman in the circle. 1st and 3rd playing down. Avery Guy's about halfway down the third baseline and a step in, as is Kalena Burns at first base. They got to knock everything down that they can, and especially with Riley Scott, try to get those slap hits or bunts. Here is the 1-0 pitch from Sarah Lehman. It's called strike 1. Nice pitch by Sarah. One ball and one strike now on the senior, Riley Scott. had been batting in the number 9 spot, and in this game moved up to the leadoff position in front of Rachel Becker. It's been fairly productive for them right now. Right now she'll slap this one foul. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Riley Scott. And again, Riley Scott with no batting record coming in to the game. She did start the first game of the doubleheader today, going 2 for 3. And she was 0 for 3 yesterday. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Sarah Lehman that Scott will foul down the left field line and out of play. So the count remains the same at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sun beginning to fade out into the west here in West Lafayette, Indiana, that hour ahead of Midwest time. 6:34, 5:34 in Iowa. Runner at second base is Becca Jones. Riley Scott, the leadoff hitter, at the plate here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Here's the 1-2, a pitch that's bounced to Grace Baines, picks up it across the diamond, and she can't get it there in time, and Riley Scott is on, beating out an infield single. But Becca Jones is unable to advance to third base, and with nobody out, Rachel Becker comes to the plate. And runners at first and second. Iowa leads it 4-3, so 1 run certainly would tie it at best. Purdue needs 2 to win. Here is the first offering from Sarah Lehman to Rachel Becker. And the home plate umpire now calls for a timeout as Lindy Milkowski wasn't ready. So a little break in the action. Now 3 hours and 5 minutes into game number 2, the third game of the 4-game series between Purdue and Iowa. Here's the first pitch to Becker, down and in, and it's a ball. Tomorrow's game is scheduled to be a noon start. Here's Central Daylight Time. No balls and 1 ball and no strike. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's now 2 balls and no strikes on Rachel Becker. Remember, Rachel Becker leads the Big Ten in hitting coming into the series. Hawks have done a decent job of just shedding what she's done. She doubled yesterday, and she doubled in the first game today. Here's a pitch that's right down the middle. It's a strike, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. She was 2 for 4 in the first game today with a double. And she was 1 for 3 yesterday with a double when she was playing leadoff. Now she's the number 2 hitter in the lineup. Has a 3-1 count on her. Nobody out. Hawks lead 4-3. Here's the pitch that hits that outside corner. Strike 2, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Rachel Becker, the junior shortstop. Sarah Lehman getting the pitch call from head coach Renee Gillespie. Here's the pitch that she gets away from Lindy Milkowski. The runners try to advance, and the throw down to first is actually ball 4, so it didn't matter. So it does move the runners up. Rachel Becker now walks with nobody out, and that'll bring up Cora Bassett. The base hit will drive in 2. Bassett, very well known for her ability to hit, although she's just 1 for 5 here today. She did hit a 3-run home run in game 1. Here is the pitch to her that she rips down the third base line, and foul. Left of third base, it goes foul. Bassett got around on that pitch. So she'll come back to the batter's box with an 0-1 count on her, and that last pitch in her rearview mirror. Iowa leads at 4-3. We're in the bottom of the 12th inning, 5th extra inning game for the Hawks in the 2021 college softball season. Here's a pitch that is hit between short and third. 1 run's going to score, and that ties the ball game, and still nobody out. Corey Bassett with a base hit moves everybody up, and it scores Becca Jones. and nobody out, bases loaded. And it brings up Riley Platusek. That infield is playing in. They got to knock it down, have a play at the plate. So the infield now for the Hawkeyes, they're talking in that circle, trying to figure out what they need to do. But the first thing is they got to knock that ball down. Got to get to it, have the play at the plate. Another run for Purdue is going to win it for them here as they have just tied the game at 4s. Purdue has scored a run in 4 different innings. The first inning, the 5th inning, and the 11th inning, and now here in the 12th inning with nobody out, bases loaded, and another run will win it for them. Riley Platusek, the junior center fielder. Here is Platusek. The pitch from Sarah Lehman, and Platusek lifts it to the outfield. Will there be a play? No, there won't be. It's a short pop fly to left. Out to Riley Sheehy, who makes the catch in deep short top. It was on the grass, but it was definitely a very shallow left field. Sheehy comes up with the catch and fires it home to Milkowski. So 1 gone, and it brings up Kylie Goff, the freshman catcher. She scored a run, the run in the 11th inning when she started at second base in the extra inning protocol. Here's the first pitch she takes. It's a ball away from her. Bases remain loaded. Cora Bassett at first, Rachel Becker at second, Riley Scott at third, 1 out, Kylie Goff at the plate. She has flown out 3 times, and she has sacrificed once. Actually, she's flown out 4 times. Sarah Lehman now down in the count at 2 balls and no strikes. Bottom of the 12th inning, folks, 4-4. Purdue, with the bases loaded, has scored a run to tie the ball game. 1 gone. Here is Goff, and she'll hit one foul out of play. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. On the freshman catcher, Goff, right there in West Lafayette, Indiana, from Harrison High School. Game number 4 tomorrow begins at noon. Hawkeyes have won the first 2 games. Here's game 3. We're tied at 4 in the bottom of the 12th. 2-1 pitch from Lehman to Goff, a pitch that's up and away from her. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Probably going to have to go power against power here, see if Sarah Lehman can take her down. So Goff steps back into that right-handed batter's box. Gets her feet ready, bat back. Looking out at Lehman. Here's Sarah with the windup and the pitch that Goff will lift foul again in the backstop. Got a full count going. 3 balls and 2 strikes on the freshman catcher. She really is a very talented, fundamentally sound catcher behind the plate for the Purdue Boilermakers. Looks like she really likes playing that position. Hasn't been in a good hitting spot here today. Here is the 3-2 that she lifts to the outfield, and it's going to carry, over the wall, and the Purdue Boilermakers are going to win this game. It's going to be a walk-off single. The win is going to score Riley Scott to win this game in the bottom of the 12th inning. Kylie Goff with the walk-off single. And they beat the University of Iowa here in game number 2 of this doubleheader, 5-4 in 12 innings. Iowa wins games 1 and 2, 4-2, 5-3, and the Purdue Boilermakers win game number 3 by the score of 5-4 in 12 innings. The first time the Hawks have lost an extra inning games this season. They had won their first 4. They lost this one by the score of 5-4. A terrific game that it was, folks. Unfortunately, the Purdue Boilermakers come out on the winning edge with a walk-off single by freshman catcher Kylie Goff, who scored Riley Scott, and that ends the game. Purdue 5, Iowa 4. Tomorrow's game at noon, Iowa time. I'll talk to you a little bit before the noon hour. We'll get the lineups set. Prepare you for game number 4 of this 4-game set. Iowa now goes to 9-6 on the season, and the Purdue Boilermakers are at 5-9. Thanks for tuning in here this afternoon. I'm Jerry Koala. We'll talk to you again tomorrow here on BTNplus.com.